Okay, let me play the music. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. You like my Halloween? Did I mute my? Okay. Hello, welcome. Do you like my? Oh my god! Welcome. Yes. Since it's Halloween, we're automatically a catmate. This is my Halloween costume. This is my costume. My costume for the evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Just Chatting stream. Oh god. And advance happy Halloween to everyone. Do you like the setup? The short. Oh my god. I had to set this up just for this. Yeah. Just for this stream, we have a different setup. It's like we have spooky tables, spooky candles, spooky candy. Even our particles are Halloween based. Look, there's pumpkins here, pumpkins there, there's that. Hello, Sim. Hello, Oxide. Welcome to the stream. We have how many stories is this? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, can't count. I can't count. We have 6 stories today by Edgar Allan Poe. I picked 6 because that's like the quote-unquote horror number. Because if you make it 666, that's like the demon number, or so it is. The number of the devil, was it? So that's why we only have 6 stories. Hello, Nepu! Welcome! We have, I don't know if they're gonna be long ones, since again, they're made by Edgar Allan Poe. Some are probably a bit long, and the table is blocking the chat. Eyes! No, the table's blocking the chat! Oh, wait. Where's the table? What? Okay. Yeah. Guys, di pantay! Don't come in the middle. If I move it, don't come in the middle. Yes, happy Halloween. Hopefully you don't eat too much sweets. Yeah, the Halloween answers are cute. All of the artists are credited down below in the credit panel. There's even the music, the music, the singer, the background, these particles, and the table cookie candle things are by artists in the credits panel. They're cool with they're kind of cool. They're cool for allowing free use of this. So thank you for those artists. You? Oh my god. I have I have 6 stories with you and some No, I didn't. No, save some. Look, I have a chocolate cake. Do you want chocolate cake? See, I brought a sweet. It's chocolate. It's chocolate cake. Oh my god. Speaking of sweets, I actually ate chocolate before the stream. There's this store. It's like a bakery shop. Yeah, there's like a bakery shop. I just bought chocolate bun before starting the stream because I ate something spicy. Before, so I just want something sweet. And it's actually good for its price. It's actually pretty good for its price. So that's technically my quote-unquote Halloween candy, since I don't really eat much Halloween candy or candy in general. I used to, but as the years go by, I don't eat much sweets anymore. Like, I used to eat, like, oh my gosh, I used to eat a lot of cotton candy, like, a lot. Like, oh god. Like, if I see a cotton candy store, like a cotton candy stall, I'd buy it. Like, I'd buy 2 of it, and then eat it in one go. And imagine eating cotton candy for 3 straight days. That's what I did so many years ago. Oh my god. Now I don't. I got tired of cotton candy because of that. Like, I found myself not to eat cotton candy ever again. Fraps are... Wait, they're sweet? Technically, they're sweet drink. So, I guess it counts. Fraps are my favorite drink. Yeah, one of my favorite cold drink. Especially if it's from Starbucks. I haven't tried their pumpkin latte. Oh, it's gonna be the end of the month. I haven't tried it. Wait, I keep forgetting to buy one. it like disappears in my head because my head is just full of one, the Algartan trials. Two, all of the horror games is one. I keep forgetting the damn Frappuccino. Oh my god. And it's like, how many days before Halloween? It's 2 more days. 2 more, actually counting this day. Yeah, it's like it's like 2 more days before Halloween. I should like try that pumpkin spice. I keep forgetting. Why? But anyway, oh god, that's I've delayed it a bit. Oh god. Oh, now the stream assistant's now working. It didn't work like a while, like it didn't work before, but now it's working to my surprise. But with that, we'll be we'll be starting our first story. Actually, I only picked 6 because 2 out of 6 are my absolute favorites by Edgar Allan Poe. 2 out of 6 because I think they're really well known. Like, to be fair, Edgar Allan Poe is really well known, but they're my favorite when I read them so many years ago. The rest of the stories we have aren't exact. So I haven't read the other stories in the list, so it's a good time for me to like read it blind alongside with you. The other 2, I know. I just want to share like my favorite stories by Edgar Allan Poe. They're kind of, yeah, they're well known. But we'll start with the first story. Let me just lower the, ano tawag dito? The music. Where's the music? Yun. Okay, I picked the music. It's not, the music is there just for the atmosphere. That's it. Okay, we'll start with the first story. God, where's the document? Where's the word? Ayun. Our first story for the night. Kinda rainy too as well outside, my god. It's kinda rainy too. How dramatic. But our first story, A Telltale Heart. I'm pretty sure everyone knows A Telltale Heart, but if you don't, well, sit up. Ah! Nahulog. Sit up and A Telltale Heart. It's kind of like the Telltale games. The Telltale games kind of, yeah, the first time I heard Telltale from Telltale Heart. Because that's why when I saw Telltale games, I kind of remember Telltale Heart. When I read this the first time, I actually read it, like, it was a book. I read this like numerous times. In my in a library. But okay, I should stop delaying it and we're gonna start reading. Okay, I have to voice act this. Oh my god, I have to like wait. Okay, I'll start. I promise I'll start. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease has sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How? Then am I mad? Hearken. Hearken? What the fuck is this word? And observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. If you know, you know. It's impossible to say the first idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me the day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. A bit drastic, don't you think? It's kind of a bit drastic. Just give him a comfort. Just cover his face, I guess. Just cover his face. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. Every night, about midnight, I turned on the latch of his door and opened it oh so gently. And then, when I made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out. And then I my head! I'm so mature. And then I thrust in my head. Fuck! Fuck! No. I'm mature. Oh, you would have laughed to see how I... Fuck me! You would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. Moving it slowly. Very, very slowly. So that I may not disturb the old man's sleep. My mind is going to places in 100 miles per hour and I don't like it. No! Where was I? It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman had been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in this room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture's eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye was always closed. So it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. Every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he passed the night. So you see, you have been very profound, old man. Indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moved so quickly than mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, my sagacity. I don't think that's how you pronounce that word. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he had not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now, they think that I drew back, but no. His room was black as pitch with the thick darkness, where the shutters were close fast, no fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept on pushing it on, steadily. Next page. I had my hand in, and it was about to open the lantern. My thumb slipped upon the thin fastening. The old man sprang up in bed, crying out. Wait, my old man voice. Wait, wait. Who's there? Oh God. Okay, nailed it. I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour, I did not move a muscle. And in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening. I'm rebellious. I'm trying, old man voice. Just have I done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. I was like, presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it. It was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or grief. Oh no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just a midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled upon from my own bosom, deepening, with its dreadful echo, the terrors that distracted. I say I knew it too well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, and we had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon me. I had been trying to fancy them causeless. Is that how I pronounce it? But could not. He had been saying to myself, he had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor." Or, it is merely a cricket which had made a single chirp. Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these superstitions, but he had all found in vain. All in vain because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his back shadow before him and enveloped the victim. All it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw with a perfect distinctness, a dull blue, a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. Oh my god, I hope you didn't hear that background noise. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over acuteness of senses? Now I say that there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound too well too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of the drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless and tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, louder and louder every instant. The old man's terror had been extreme. It grew louder, I say. Louder every moment. Do you mark me well? Have I told you that I am so nervous? So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amidst the dreadful silence of that old house, so a strange noise has this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Excuse me. Yet, for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now I knew anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man had come, and with a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only, and in an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled off the heavy bed over him. Then I smiled gaily, for the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would be not heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, He was stone. Stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eyes would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took to concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and legs. Then, I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain or any kind, no blood spot or whatsoever. I had been too worried for that. Had fall all. Haha! And when I made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as the midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? But then entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity. That's how you pronounce it? Suavity? Okay. As the officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play has been aroused. Information has logged at the police office, and they, the officers, have been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what I had to fear, I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was in my own dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them to search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed him his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought the chairs into the room and desired them where they rest upon their fatigue, while I myself, with the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed of the corpse of the victim. The offers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was a singularity at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted familiar things. But, ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied the ringing in my ears. But they still they chatted. The ring became more distinct, and continued to become more distinct. But I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness. Until at length I found the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased. What do I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much as the sound as the watch enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles, in high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God! What could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated upon the boards. But the noise arose all over, continued increase. It grew louder, and the men still chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God! No! They heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. Derision? I could bear this hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again. My voice. Heart louder. Louder! Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the plank. Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart. And that's the end of our story. That's the end of our first story, A Telltale Heart. I need to drink water because, oh my gosh, if I'm just gonna keep saying, oh wow. Wait, we drink water. The end. That's the story of A Telltale Heart. I could have shouted. I wanted to shout these lines, but I can't. I really want to shout these lines so bad, but I don't think I can because my familiar is gonna be disturbed. I don't want to disturb my familiar because I'll let you in on something. I'll let you in on something. My familiar doesn't actually like Halloween. My familiar doesn't like Halloween at all. It's like they're always, my familiar is always scared of Halloween. Like, I think, they're always shaking in one corner and then hiding. I was like, why are you so scared? Why are you scared? But my familiar never answers me why. And then, I never get to know the answer why is my family always scared in Halloween. It's every damn year. Every year. It's just there. Underneath, probably a cupboard or anything underneath. What do you mean no shouting? Did you not hear the... I wanted to shout. I wanted to shout talaga. Like, I got a bit... I do console the familiar, but I really want to know why. I want to know why is my familiar feeling like this. Like, you're my familiar. How can I not... Why don't I know the thing that you're scared of? I want to know so I can help, but my familiar doesn't say anything. There doesn't say anything. It's like my familiar is just like not responsive usually. So I'm just usually there around my familiar side. Just just to comfort them. But this has been happening like even when I was like less than 4,000. When I was less than 4,000 years old, my family has really been scared. It's always the 31st of October. My family is always scared. And they don't tell me why. I don't know why. What do you mean shake him? Dali. I'll bring my familiar out. Wait. No, ayaw niya. Ayaw niya. My familiar doesn't want to get out. They don't want to get out. It might be might be a bit, yeah, as I said, they're usually scared around this time. They're not scared of the Halloween itself. I know they're scared of something else. I know, but because they're not scared of like the monsters in horror games or like the Halloween props or anything. They're not really scared. But I know something else is bothering them, but I really want to help. I don't know why. Maybe like hopefully one day they get to tell me. I really hope one day maybe they get to tell me what they're scared of. I can help. My throat though. My throat died. I think I got a bit too passionate at the last part. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna do anything suspicious whatsoever. No, not at all. I will not bury someone underneath the floorboards or anything whatsoever. I was just I was just becoming the character, just reading. I hope becoming the character, just reading the line. No, that's all. Acting. Yeah, I'm acting. Totally, I'm acting. Totes, I promise. Act. I'm something that acts. I don't Well, if you count skeletons of monsters, then yes, but yes, I mean, I'm a warden, I have an axe, so yeah. Yeah, I kinda have literally skeletons. Literal, as a warden. You know, me with my acting time, yeah. So technically, you're right. I do have, but not the skeletons in the closet metaphor meaning. I literally have some. I'm right. I mean, no, I'm not. It's success! Yeah, it's monsters. It's monsters. It's monsters. I promise. It's monsters. It's monsters. Like, like monsters. You know, like violet monsters. Yeah, you know, when they go too far, you gotta do something about it before you know shit happens. I'm not sus, I promise. Would you ever like in I suck in Among Us. Like I can't be an imposter to save my life. I'm a bad imposter. So much is embarrassing. You're gonna get second embarrassment when you become Among Us imposter. You're gonna be so outed easily. I can't lie. I can't lie in Among Us. I'm bad. I admit I'm bad. I'm pretty sure others are very bad, but I'm just like, wow. Oh, did you kill someone? No, I didn't. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, you're the killer. Like, if I'm playing Among Us and you saw me kill someone, I was like, nah, you're the killer. What's my proof? My source is I made it the oh my god! I know I can right now. If you're gonna play Among Us with me and I'm the imposter, I might out myself immediately, either on purpose or by accident. I'm just that bad. I'm just that bad as imposter. You're not gonna get anywhere. Please. I'm gonna suck at it. That's all I can do. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not a good imposter. If there's ever an Among Us, just trust me, I am never a good imposter. I'm only good in Among Us. I'm only good is either A, running away, or B, doing tasks. That's all the things I can do in Among Us. That's all I'm good at. That's it. That's all I'm good at. You know, just do tasks and run. That's it. Because like in Among Us, I am scared of everyone. I'll be having trust issues with everyone. Like, oh my god, I know I'm not. Now I have to convince everyone that I'm not. That's easier. That's easier for me to convince everyone that I'm not imposter by being not an imposter. I think that makes sense. I don't know that makes sense. But it makes sense. Like, I can convince people I'm not the imposter when I'm not the imposter, but I can't convince people that I'm not the imposter when I'm the imposter. That's so many imposters in one sentence, my god. It's like 6. At least 6. I don't know, probably 6. I guess. Run into danger? You mean that me in every other game but in Among Us? That's me. I run in danger every other game. I run in danger every other else but Among Us. I'm bad at it. I'm bad. Very bad at it. I hope everyone though enjoyed the story. I did. I enjoyed the story. Again, it's Telltale Heart is one of my favorite stories by Edgar Allan Poe. So I really hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I kind of forgot some parts of the story because it's been like what, more than a decade since I read it. Yeah, it's been more than a decade since I read it. Like I know the plot, but I don't know what. Like I know the plot of the Telltale Heart, but oh my god, there are some parts I don't remember, like the dismemberment. I don't remember that part at all. I only thought like he buried it. Oh, thank you, sis. Thank you. I might get a bit passionate with with storytelling, even though I'm probably not the best telling stories. With me just suddenly jumping to comments and all. But I really like sharing, like talking about it. I just like talking about the stories I like, which kind of makes sense for the next one. The next story is my other favorite story by Edgar Allan Poe. It's called pronounce this. My second story that I like. Wait, let me just pause. Yeah. The second story I like is ano to? The Cask of Amontillado. I have no idea if I pronounced it right at all. Oh my god, if I mispronounced it, I am so sorry. Oh, hello! Thank you for the follow, Bloomsta. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome. Oh my god, the chat box is over the yeah! Okay, let me just fix the item. Wait, let me just fix it because okay, there. Okay, welcome to the stream. Welcome Bloomsta. We're just storytelling on Edgar Allan Poe. We're gonna actually start the next story, which is the the Count of Monte Cristo, no? The tawag dito? Oh my god, what was it? The Cask of Amontillado. That's like our next story. The Cask of Amontillado. Once again, The Cask of Amontillado is one of my favorite stories by Edgar Allan Poe. And I may be mispronouncing everyone's name here. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. I am not sure. But without further ado, I'll just drink water and we'll start right now. That's like 1 out of 6 stories done. Okay, I drank water. Let's go. Cask of Amontillado. The 1,000 injuries of Fortuna. I can't even pronounce it. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as I best could. But when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who know so well who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose. However, that gave utterance to a threat. At length, I would be avenged. This was a point, definitely settled, but the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of this. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as much to him who had done wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato the case to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my wont, to smile at his face, and he did not perceive my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He even pride upon himself on your ship on the wine. I butchered that word completely. Connoisseur ship of the wine. You Italians have a very virtuoso spirit, for even the part of enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. And in painting and grimmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. But in an old matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ. I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whatever I could. It was about dusk, one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking too much. The man wore motley. He had a tight-fitting party strip dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well are you doing today?" But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado. And I have my doubts. Wait, how do I voice Fortunato? How? Said he. Amontillado? The pipe? Impossible! And in the middle of the carnival! I had my doubts, I replied. And I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found. And I was fearful of losing a bargain. Amontillado! Oh god, they're switching. I have my doubts. Amontillado! What the fuck? And I must satisfy them. Amontillado! Amontillado! Oh my god! As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucersi. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. You will tell me. Lucersi cannot tell Amontillado from Sherry. Is Amontillado a drink? I don't remember that anymore. And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let's go. Whither? To your vaults. My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucersi, I have no engagement. Come. God damn it. My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold which I perceive you are afflicted. The walls are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre. Let us go nevertheless. The cold is meaning nothing. Amontillado! Fucking hell! You have been imposed upon. And as for Lucersi, you cannot distinguish from Sherry from Amontillado. God damn it, I have to say Amontillado like that every time. Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm and putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roquelier closely about my person. I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at my home. They had absconded to make merry the honor of the time. I had told that I should not return until the morning, and had given explicit orders to not stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their scones and 2 flambeaux, and gave one to Fortunato. Bowed him several suits of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long, winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. He came at length to the foot of the descent and stood together upon the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. I don't know if I should pronounce the S or not. Montresors. The gait of my friend was unsteady. The bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. The pipe! It is the pipe, he said. It is farther on, said I. But observe the white wedge wart which gleams from this cavern hall. He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with 2 flimsy orbs that distilled the realm of intoxication. Nitre? He asked at length. Nitre, I replied. How long have you had that cough? Oh my gosh, I have to cough. It's in the dialogue to cough. Wait. How many cough is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 9, 12, 15. Okay. Realistic coughing, of course, we're going with realistic coughing. He coughed 15 times, I coughed 15 times. That's that. Ahem. Thank you for... No, the laughing is just me. The laughing is just me, but the coughing was real. The coughing was part of the story. Thank you for the water break, Lou. Tangina! Reset! Okay, where was I? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, what line was I? Where was the 15 coughs in a row? Okay. My poor friend found it impossible to reply for minutes. It is nothing. Nothing, he said at last. Come. Fuck. My mind. Come, I said with decision. We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy as I once was. You're a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill and I cannot responsible. Besides, there is literacy. No, he said. The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough. True, true, I replied. And indeed, I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution. The draught of this medoc, what the fuck is a medoc, will defend us from the damps. Here, I knocked off the neck of the bottle and drew a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mold. Drink, I said, presenting him with the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled. I drink, he said. Don't be buried at repose around us. And I to your long life. He again took my arm, and we proceeded. His vaults, he said, are expensive. The Montresors, I replied, were a great, numerous family. I forget your arms. A huge human foot door in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel. And the motto? Oh dear God, I think this is Latin. Nemo, I think... What do you mean? What? It said here, a huge human foot door. Door? A huge human foot door. That's how, I think that's what it says. Oh, there's Latin here. Wait, I'm trying to read the Latin. Nemo me. Wait. Nemo me impune lacesi. Fuck, I butchered everything in this story. Wait. Nemo me. Oh my god. Nemo me impune lacesi. No, I'm not casting spells. Once I'm casting spells, may see. It's Halloween, so maybe they said magic is stronger around this time. Ooh, scary. Good, he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes and bells jingled. He owned fancy grew warm with the meadow. He had passed through long walls of piled skeletons with casts and puncheons intermingling into the innermost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time... Wait. I made bold to seize Fortunado by an arm above the elbow. An arm above the elbow? Ah, okay. The nitre, I said. I think mispronounced nitre. Nitre? Nitre? Neat? I can't. Do shoot. I'm pretty sure it's Latin for something. I'm pretty sure it's Latin. Check my auto. Hindi check. Auto. Music! Auto trans. Surely there's literally no translate from Latin. Ah, okay, that's Latin. It means no one provokes me with impunity. That's the meaning of Nemo me impune lactis. Okay. According to Google Translate. Where was I? The nitre! Nitre! I said. See, eaten pieces. It hangs like moss upon the walls. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle upon the bones. Come, we will go back ere it's too late. Your cough. It is nothing, he said. Let us go on, but first, another draught of the medoc. I broke and reached him a flagon of the grave. He emptied it at beat. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle out upwards with gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. You don't comprehend? He said. Not I replied. Then you are not of the Brotherhood. How? You're not of the Masons. Yes, I said. Yes. You? Impossible. A Mason? A Mason, I replied. A sign, he said. A sign! It is this, I answered, producing from beneath the folds of my roquelaire a trowel. You jest, he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. But let us proceed to the Amontillado. Oh, I keep saying this. I have the same tool for every Amontillado. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches and descended, passed on, descending again and arrived at a deep crypt, in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau rather to glow than flame. At the remote end of the crypt there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains. The pile to the vault overhead, in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. Three sides of this inferior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. The fourth side, the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall, thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceive an interior crypt or recess in the depth of about 4 feet and in width 3, and in height 6 or 7. It seemed to be constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between the two colossal supports of the roof of the catacomb. It was backed by one of the circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry upon the depth of the recess. His determination, the feeble light did not enable us to see. Proceed, I said. Herein is Amontillado. As for Lucchesi, he is an ignoramus, interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant, he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, he stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet, horizontally. From one of these deepened a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand, I said. Over the wall, you can't help the feeling of nightmare. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return. No, I must positively leave you. But first, I must render you all of your little attentions in my power. The Amontillado! Ejaculated my friend, had not yet recovered from his astonishment. True, I replied, the Amontillado. As I said these words, I bruised myself among the pile of bones which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. These materials with the aid of my towel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first year of the masonry when I discovered the intoxication of Fortunato had in great measure worn off. In the earliest indication I had of this low moaning cry in the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man, but then there was a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second year, and the third, and the fourth, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which I might hearken to it with more satisfaction. I ceased my labors and sat upon the bones, At last, when the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel and finished without interruption with the fifth, sixth, and seventh tier. The wall was now nearly upon level with my breast. I again paused, holding a flambeau over the mason work. There were a few feeble rays upon the figure within. The succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope it about the recess, but the thought of it instantly reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this and the clamor grew still. It was now midnight, and that my task is drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight, and placed particularly in its destined position. But there came out the niche of a low laugh that erected hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty recognizing of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "A very good joke indeed. An excellent guess. You will have many a rich about in the palazzo. Over our wine. The Amontillado. The Amontillado, I said. Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will not they be awaiting us in the palazzo? The Lady Fortunata and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes," I said. "Let us be gone." "For the love of God, Montresor!" "Yes," I said. "For the love of God." But those words I hearkened in vain for reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato!" No answer still. I thrust a torch to the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth, returned only a jingling of bells. My heart grew sick. There was dampness of the catacombs that made it so. I hastened to end off my labor. I forced the last one's position and plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bone. For half of a century, no mortal has disturbed me. Impacte respicat. Fuck, I pronounced that wrong. Impacte respicat. What? Rest in peace. There. That's the last sentence. Rest in peace in Italian, I'm pretty sure. But yes, that's the end of the Castle of Amontillado. I'm pretty sure I butchered all of the Italian names there. I am so sorry. I am so sorry if I mispronounced everything. For a start, I apologize for freaking mispronouncing everything. But that's the story of the Castle of Amontillado. No, it's not Italian. It's Latin. It's Latin. It's Latin. It's Latin. Resquiete Paci, I think, is the... Try ko rest in peace. May trying the rest in peace. Yeah, rest. Yeah, it's not Italian. It's Latin. In pace requisat. Fuck. In peace rest. That's what it... Rest in peace, basically. Yeah, that's basically it. He killed him. He killed him by, you know. He killed him by sticking him to a wall. Probably loose, like oxygen just went kaplooey because he kind of cemented it. I'm pretty sure that was cement. He cemented him on the wall, and well, yeah, can't deny that, yeah. Mind you, this is my favorite story because I really like this. I just like this. It's like one of my favorite stories. And no, I will not be doing that to any keeper involved. Disclaim. Let me drink. Let me drink. Let me drink. Amontillado. This. Oh my god. Amontillado. That's 2 stories down. We'll just take a... Yeah. What? No! No! It's not that! It's not that! It's not that! No! It's not that! No! I just like that. I like that story. I like that story very much. That's all. It's not because I wanna do that. No! I promise. I really like it. I really like the story. I like the story. I like the story so much. What about it? Well, I just really like the story because I don't know. I just really like the story so much. Yeah, I like the story so much because it was an interesting, it was really an interesting, story because of the whole horror thing. I like it very much. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It do be just me. I just like it so much. I like it so much. Okay. The thing is, I never watched Death Note. I never did. But I know who you're talking about. Imagine me watching the Netflix Death Note. No! But I know what happened. I never watched Death Note. Yeah, I never did. Not once. But I know the concept. I know the concept of Death Note. But I never watched it at all. I never... Actually, my favorite anime is not what you expect. My favorite is not what you expected. I have like 2, but I'll tell one. My favorite anime of all time is Fate Zero. One of my favorite animes of all time is Fate Zero. I really love Fate Zero. But I never watched the other Fates. I just watched Fate Zero, nothing else. I didn't jump to F-Go. I just played F-Zero. I just watched F-Zero, F-Go, the end. I stopped doing F-Go. I stopped F-Go for a while. I stopped it. Because gacha, even gacha isn't really a great combination. I don't wanna do gacha. Gacha is the true horror. Gacha is a big horror. No. But, okay. I will talk about, I will take a short interval break per story. If you don't mind. Gacha victim, yes! Oh my gosh, yes! I lost my account in FGO. It was just sad because like I have like a level 100 Gawain. I had a level 100 Gawain and bond 10. I bond 10 Gawain him 10 max all of his skills. I just did MP5 Gawain. That's the only thing I lack. I only MP3'd him, but then max skills, max level, max bond, everything's max on him, but the NP because because remember my old phone? Rest in peace, my old phone. Like kasi you know, diba? Ano tawag doon? not only my old phone can't handle FGO anymore, I just hate how you transfer accounts in FGO. Like, I was pretty sure I don't like how you transfer accounts in FGO. It's annoying. Very annoying. Because of that, I lost my account. But I will never forget the hardships I had with that account. Oh my god. Oh my god. Before, I just say a small... Like during a summer event in FGO, I wanted... Like, there was a card called Craft Essence. There was a Craft Essence card, which is basically a buff card. Not the servant is the character. The Craft Essence is a buff, right? I wanted a Craft Essence in the banner because it featured my favorite characters and they're handsome. You get it. They're all in that one card. There's one illustration. And and then there were like summer servants or summer characters. I didn't want any of them. I didn't want anything at all. I just want the card that had an illustration of all my husband's kids. But then, the gacha decides to give me, oh, you want the card? Too bad. Here, every 5-star in the summer banner. Everyone that I knew got the Craft Essence but me. I didn't get the Craft Essence, but I got all the 5-star servants or the SSRs in the banner, which irritated me so much. I wanted that one piece. It took me another year just to get that. Like, another year. And that was still hard to get for me too. I still got more 5-star servants than that single Craft Essence card. God damn, I got more SSR characters than the card. I was just so... I just wanted the damn card because there's no male summer servants from the time I played it. From the time I played, there was no male summer servant. And I have no intention of going back to FGO at all because... No. FGO is a horror game of itself. I don't want to go back to gacha hell. I don't play gacha anymore. I stopped playing gacha for my sake. For my sake. So true, Sim! So true! I stopped it because of that. Like, I stopped for my sanity, for my wallet, for everything. Oh my god, I stopped it. The gacha is a true horror. Gacha is one of the true horror, and I don't like it. I even lost my Grand Blue Fantasy account too. Like, oh my god, it's in my old phone. I can't even... So, yeah, I stopped playing gacha. It's sad. I know, it's sad. Damn it. Damn it. Of all the characters, damn it. The characters I love in GBF, gone. Just poof like the wind. Nothing. My old phone, yeah, I can't even open my old phone anymore. It's gone. It's irreparable. I still kept it just for, you know... I still kept it for like, what do you call it? Or... What do you call that word? Ano, for bond sake? No. That's not the word. For sentimental value, yun, sentimental value. I just kept the broken phone because, like, it's been with me for, like, what? Nearly 10 years-ish? My phone's been with me for, like, I think, somewhat nearly 10 years. So, yeah, it kind of stuck with me for a while. So, yeah, I just still kept it. It just won't open anymore. Whatever's in that phone is locked forever and I can't open it anymore. Nice! But, hey! Yeah? Hey, you just gotta keep moving forward. Is that it? Moving forward. Nice! I have more horror stories in gacha, but we don't talk about we don't talk about the horror stories happening in gacha. It stays there. What stays in the gacha? What stays there stays there. Okay, there's like other... Okay, since I read 2 stories that I know, the next 4 stories are completely new to me. Like, I never read them. I don't know if they're good or bad. They're just there. It's gonna be a surprise for me. A big damn surprise. Which is... We're gonna start with the most fitting title we have right now. It's called The Black Cat. Which is fitting. Look at me, I'm a cat. But wait, I'm a BRB first. I'm just gonna... I'll take a short BRB. Wait now. Wait now, real quick. I'm gonna just pause the music. There, put the BRB screen. Where the hell's BRB? Okay. I'll BRB real quick. Alright, I'm back. Okay, music na. I'm back, and yes, we will read a story about a black cat. Thank you. It's I'm a cat. Look at me, I'm a cat. That's why I have a black cat story. It's perfect. And you know how black cats are with superstitions? Superstition? Yes, that's why we're gonna tackle it. Maybe is this the reason why Black Cat was tawag doon, horror or something. It's a bit long, but fine. That's why we're here to talk about the story. Okay. The Black Cat. Where the fuck is it? Okay. So the Black Cat. For the most wild, yet the most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect. In a case where my very senses reject their own evidence, yet mad am I not. But and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburden my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world. Plainly, scrutinizing. Fuck. Sokenly? What the fuck is this word? Sokenly. Oh my god, I can't even pronounce this word. What is this word? How do you pronounce this? Sokenly? Fuck me, I don't know how to pronounce this. Secondly, yes, I guess. Secondly, and without... No, it's not... Secondly? I don't know! Ah! I sound so sussy already. Oh my god, we're just in the first... I'll type. What the fuck? How do you spell? Secondly? Secondly? Oh, fucking pronounce it. I'll type it. There. How do you pronounce it? Secondly? I don't even know how to pronounce that. What the hell is that word even? See, I haven't even read the book yet. Lucinti? Okay, yeah. Lucinti? This is succulent and there's some freaking, oh my god, it's so English. I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it! Succinctly, okay, succinctly. I'll go succinctly. Punta siya si Susan. Susinti. Susi. Oh no! I'm Susi! This is Susi. Fuck! Everything I said already was Susi before. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. Shit. I didn't say anything Susi before. So we continue. Susinti. Toxicity? Toxicity? Toxic. What? What? Toxic? It's like toxicity. Stop. Yeah. I just tried to pronounce this one word. What the frick does this even mean? Word. Microsoft Word, do some synonyms. You could just say briefly. Oh my god. Plainly, succinctly, and without comment. A series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me, they have presented little but horror. To many, they will seem less terrible than baroques. Baroques? Hereafter, perhaps some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more claimed, some more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive, in the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy, I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of which these I spent most of my time. And never was I so happy when feeding and caressing them. Peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood, I derived it from my principal sources of pleasure. To those who cherish the affection of a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or intensity of the gratification thus deliverable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute, which goes directly to the heart of him who has frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship of the gossamer fidelity of a mere man. Next page. I married early, and I was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing the partiality of domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of hearing of those most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey. What? Ano? She lost no opportunity of hearing those the more agreeable. Birds, goldfish, dogs, rabbits. I'm sorry, did I miss a memo? Don't you need like steps to get a monkey? A pet? I can't say. I don't have any say on that, but don't you need like extra steps for that? Like a lot of steps? Okay. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. Yeah. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black, so gracious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not of a little tinkered with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in the sky, or that she was serious upon the point, and I mentioned to the matter at all for no better reason than it happened. It's now to remembered. Pluto was the cat's name. He was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him. He attended me whenever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me to the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during my general temperament and character, to the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance. I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feeling of others. I suffered myself to this intemperate language to my wife. At length, I'm sorry? Wait. Wait a minute. Wait the fuck a minute. Wait. Through the instrumentality of the fate and tempest, had I blushed to confess it, experienced a radical altercation for the worse. I grew day by day more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feeling of others. I suffered myself this intemperate language to my wife. At length, I even offered her personal violence. What the fuck is that? Not the one. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used of them. What the fuck? Ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the... Okay then. I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbit, the monkey, or even the dog, wherein by accident or through affection they came in my way. Why? Why the fuck? Why would you do that? With not only your wife to your animals as well? Except for Pluto? Fuck. But my disease grew upon me. For what disease is like alcohol? At length, even Pluto, who was now becoming old, and consecutive somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the ill effects of my ill temper. Explain. Excuse me? One night, returning home, much intoxicated, from one of my hunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instant possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take flight from my body, and the more fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fiber of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, and grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from its socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen in the damnable atrocity. Wait, so he killed? Did he stab the cat? No, he didn't. I was drinking water. Wait! He grabbed the cat and cut, oh my god, cut off the eyes. When reason returned with the morning, when I had shut off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty. Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck? But was, at best, a feeble equivocal calculated, and the soul remained untouched. I once again plunged into excess and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented. It is a true frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but might to be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. Why would you do that to the cat? Why? I had so much of my old heart left, as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on part of the creature which had once so loved me, but this feeling soon gave place to irritation. Then came, as it were, my final, irrevocable overthrow. The spirit of perseverance. Of the spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perseverance is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart. You know, right? The man, is it right? One of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man, who has not 100 times, found himself committing a vile or silly action for no reason that because he knows he should not. Have we not a perpetual indication in the teeth of our best judgment? to violate which is the law, merely because we understand it as such? The spirit of perseverance, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was the unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only. It urged me to continue and finally consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unaffecting brute one morning in cold blood. I am sorry! What the fuck? What the fuck is this sentence? I don't know! What the hell is it? Oh my god, what is this sentence? What? Content warning? Kanina pa? Oh my god, content warning. Oh jeez, I did not expect the Black Cat Toy to go from 0 to 100. Oh my god. I didn't really expect this story to go just dashing 0 to 100. Oh my god. No! He didn't. Okay, you know why? Okay, if you don't like hanging, you might wanna mute it for a while. I will like, wait. If I use this, wait, where the fuck is it? If I use this emote, it means you can unmute me now or something, because oh my god, what the fuck is this next sentence? What the hell? You do that to a cat! Oh my god! I will read the sentence. You can start and stop. You can mute me now, but I will read it and then I will slap that emote again. One morning, in cool blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree. Hung it with tears streaming from my eyes, and with the bitterest remorse at my heart. Hung it because I knew that it had loved me, because I felt it had given me no reason to offense. Hung it because I knew that in so doing, I was committing a sin. A deadly sin that would jeopardize my immortal soul as to face it. If such terrible thing were possible, even beyond the reach of infinite mercy, the most merciful and most terrible God. That was a fucking sentence. Dale. Oh my god. There. That was an entire sentence. I know, right? What the fuck? What? This is a horror. Oh god, I did. What the hell? This messed up. I'm not yet even done with the story. The story's not yet done. We still have more paragraphs to go. Like, a lot more paragraphs to go. We still have more paragraphs. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. Okay. It's not yet done. We have like one. I'll count the paragraphs. How many paragraphs are left? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 19, 1. There are 24 more paragraphs. Oh my god. After that? What the fuck? Mind you, the story is just... Fuck me. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? 24 more paragraphs. Okay. Oh my god. What the hell? Well, welcome to Horror Story Night. How are you? Welcome to Horror Stories. That's why we're here to talk about horror stories. What the hell? Okay then, next paragraph from continue. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains were in bed of my bed. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up. I resigned myself thenceforth to this. Good for you, though. Good for your house to get burned down. Oh my god. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? What? I know, right? It was like, okay. And then it's a bit iffy. And then we just crashed to a wall. Damn. The black cat is something else. Let me just drink again. Let me drink again. There, okay. I'm above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible link of imperfect. On the day of the succeeding fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had there, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire. The fact I attributed to it having recently spread. About this wall, a dense crowd were collected, and many a person seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with every minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in vast belief, upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. Fuck. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, I could scarcely regard it as less. My wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came at my aid. The cat, fuck, the cat I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through open a window to my chamber. This is probably done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had been compressed by the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which with the flames, and the ammonia from the carcass had been accomplished as a proprietor as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the starting fact just detailed, it had not less failed to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months, I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period, there came back into the spirit of a half sentiment that seemed but was not remorse. I went so far to regret the loss of the animal, and to look upon me, among the vale haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species and somewhat similar appearance which was to supply his place. On the night as I sat, half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object, reposing upon the head of one of immense hogsheads of gin earned or from, which constituted of the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for a few minutes, and what now caused me to surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it, touched it with my hand. There was a black cat, a very large one, fully large as Pluto, and closely resembling in every aspect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite spotch of light, covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted by my notice. This, then, was the very creature I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim of it, knew nothing of it, had never— Don't purchase another damn cat after Pluto! Oh my god! No! No! Not another cat! No! Pluto! Pluto! What did you do to Pluto though? I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal envies a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stopping and patting it as I proceed. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, became immediately a great favorite with my wife. I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this is going. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. No, not again! This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how or why it was its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, his feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame, and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty, preventing me from physically abuse. Why? I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually. No. Gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from his odious presence as from the breath of a pestilence. Please no! Please no! Please don't do that! Don't do it again! No! Fucking hell. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning I had brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared to my wife, who, as I already said, possessed in a high degree the humanity of feeling which has once been my distinguishing trait, the source of my many simplest and purest of pleasures. With aversion to this cat, however, its partially for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with pertinacy, which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Wherever I sat, it would crouch beneath the chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caress. If I rose to walk it would get between my feet and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I loved this now destroyed with a blow, I was yet withheld from so doing, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess that at once, by the absolute dread of the beast. Why? I'm not yet done though. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss of how otherwise to define it. I'm almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon cell, I am almost ashamed to own that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. I can't believe chimeras were mentioned here. She's not the same. She's not the chimeras in the story, I'm sure. My wife had been called my attention more than once to the character of Mark of White Hair, for which I have spoken, and which constitute the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as possible. It had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now representation of an object I shudder to name, for this, above all, I loathed, I dreaded, and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, the mournful and terrible engine of horror on the crime, of agony, of death. And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of humanity, and a brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed. A brute beast to work out for me, a man, fashioned in the image of the high God. So insufferable. Alas, neither by day nor by night I knew the blessing of rest anymore. Knew the former creature left me no moment alone. Not again, please no. The latter, I started, howling from the dreams of unutterable fear, to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, its vast weight, the incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, the incubate internally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole inmates, the darkest, the most evil thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent and ungovernable outbursts of fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most unusual and most patient of sufferers. Did you just one day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of an old building which our poverty compels to inhabit. The cat followed me. No. Okay, once again. Oh my god, why is not another cat? Not another fucking cat. I just saw the entire rest of the paragraph. Okay, who wants to mute again? Feel free to do so, and I will snap in the emote once the sentence is good. Okay? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll say the sentence. The cat followed me down the steep stairs and nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hit their roasted in my mind. I aimed a blow at the... It's a different axe, not my axe. I would never do this! I aimed a blow at the animal which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal as it descended as I wished. Oh my god. No, I will never do that to a cat! I would never! No, I would never do that! But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife, goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal. I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried her axe into her brain. She fell dead on the spot without a groan. We'll slap the emote again. There's the emote. Yep, that was the paragraph. Yep. What the We're not yet done. We're not yet fucking done. We're not yet done with the story. Well, this story has been such a wild ride and we're not yet done. Oh my god. This is a wild ride of a story. Okay then, next sentence. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of the concealing body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, neither by day nor night, without the risk of being observed by neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period, I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying it by the fire. On another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting a well in the yard, about packing the box as if to merchandise with usual arrangement, and so getting for to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I consider far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall up in the cellar. As the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. We're gonna amontillado this thing again! Oh my god, we are amontillado. This is another amontillado. Oh my god. For a purpose such as this cellar is well adapted, its walls were loosely constructed and had been lately been plastered throughout with the rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by false chimney, or fire had been filled up, made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt I could ready displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, but no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation, I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall and propped it in position, while, with a little trouble, I relayed the whole structure as it originally stood, having produced mortar, sand, and hair, which every possible precaution. I prepared a plaster which could be distinguished from the old, and with this I carefully went over with a new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, G! Hello! Hello! Thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid, G! We, um, um, yeah, yeah. We're reading a horror story about a black cat, and, not exactly good, though. We're reading a story about a cat. Well, anyway, we'll continue. Had I finished? When I had finished, I felt satisfied that was alright. The wall did not present the slightly appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor which was picked up the minute's care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, here at last then, my labor was not in vain. Sim, no, not like that. No! My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have no doubt of its fate, but it had appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood, for it is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, its induction to the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. It's the second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came out. Once again, I breathed as a free man. The monster in terror had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but this had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course, nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of assassination, a party of police came very unexpectedly into the house and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Officers bade me accompany them into search. They left no nook nor corner explorer. At length, for a third or fourth time they descended to the said cellar. I quivered not a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked in the cellar from end to end, folded my arms upon my bosom, and roamed freely, easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word, by a way of triumph, and render doubly sure the assurance of my guiltlessness. Gentlemen, I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. Bye-bye, gentlemen. This is a well-constructed house. In a rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. I may say, an excellently well-constructed house. Is this actually the same person? Okay. I may say an excellently well-constructed house. Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together. Nagpaparinig ka ba na may pinatay ka at may tinago ka sa mga padero? Oh my gosh. You're saying that you're hiding something! And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon the very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God's shield deliver me from the fangs of the archfiend. No sooner had I reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken, like a sobbing of a child, then quickly swelled into one long, loud, continuous scream, utterly anomalous, and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, and such has arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned of their agony, and of the demons that exult in damnation. Of my own cause is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For the instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, to extremity of terror and awe. And next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It felt bodily. The corpse, already great decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, the red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft has seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice has consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. And the end. That's the end of the story of the Black Cat. What the hell? Oh my god. That's the end of the Black Cat story! How are you? I'm just gonna drink water because, this is a long story. Wait, I'll drink water. You know what? Same. I did say we are going blind with the story here. I did say we are going blind because I don't know the story. I don't know the stories other than the Cask of Amontillado and the Telltale Heart. That's all the stories I know. The Black Cat is completely a new one. And what the fuck? What on the actual was that? Should I just give context a bit? Okay, I'll give context. I'll give a bit of context. Basically, black cats were harmed in this story in horrific ways. That's all I can say. Cats in this story were harmed in horrific ways. Twice, twice. Not a favorite story. Definitely not a good story because I really don't like. At least we discovered it together. That's the best part. But still, what the fuck was that story? What the hell was that? Oh my god. I have like how many stories left? Wait, how many stories I have left? I have 1, 2. Okay. I have 3 more stories. Hopefully they're better than the Black Cat. But for now, let's just take a breather from that story. Oh my god. That story is just something. We have 3 more stories. The next is... Well... Is it gonna be a long one? Oh wow. Oh wow. Holy shit, this next one is long. Holy shit, how many pages is this? How many pages is this next story? Wait, I have the story kasi. How many pages is this? How many pages? Wait. Wait, let me just check how many pages is this thing. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, oh my god. Okay. The next story is 10 pages long. Yes, discover horrific stories with Belle, with the true spirit of Halloween. Cause what the fuck, Edgar Allan? Oh, what the fuck? take me back to the cask of Amontillado. Take me back. Telltale Heart, take me back. Actually, there was a story I kinda opt out on. There was actually a story I picked that I opt out because I'm not, it's not my favorite story. So, yeah. It's called Follow the House of Usher. I remember I didn't like the story, so that's why I didn't bring it out. I didn't like bring it to the list. But now I'm having regrets. After reading The Black Cat, I'm having so many regrets coming after me, one after the other. And I'm even wearing a cat costume right now. So many regrets are piling up. Oh my god. Guys. Guys! Okay, let's see. This is gonna be another long. Let me check the other stories. How about this one? How 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this one's shorter. Okay, let's go with the shorter story muna. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh god, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we'll start with the 4 pages story, and then the 10 pages, and then the 14 pages. That's like... It's like 28 pages overall. Okay. After those 28 pages... Oh, what the fuck, man? What the hell was that Black Cat story? I expected, like, I didn't expect a cat to be hard. I was expecting more witchcraft because black cats connected with witchcraft. I did not expect that 0 to 100. The 0 to 100 thing immediately. Oh my god. Just no. Guys, buhay. Okay. Next story. The next story is... I should like have put a list. I should have put a list. I should have like put a list. What the fuck? Why didn't I put a list? Why did I put a list? I just realized I could have put a list. I could put a list. Wait a minute. Like, wait. Let me just put the list. All the stories we had so far. Okay, let's just read I'll make it smaller. Wait, I'll just make it a list. What we read so far. Let's see. How do I move this? Okay. Telltale Heart. The Cask of... How do you spell this one? Amontillado. How do you spell this? Cask of Amontillado. Yeah, that's a second story. And the Black Cat. Our fourth story for the night. Our fourth story for the night is called the... How do you... This one. This one's just short. This one. This is our... Oh my god. Wait. Wait lang. Wait, let me just... Shadow. Cadet. Let me change it to black. This is so stupid. This is so stupidly stuff. Oh my god. Yeah, and there. Now you'll know the stories we have. Busugin ko ng sarili ko. Wait, I will just move myself a bit. Okay, I'll move myself a bit. Wait. There. Can you still see it? I think it's still visible. Yeah, this is visible. Okay. There. That's our story list so far. Now, this is the next story, The Mask of Red Death. It's a short story, 4 pages, so yeah. Let's start it right. But it's a short story, but holy shit, there's like so many big text dumps. Oh my god. Okay, The Mask of red depths. Ahem. Okay, let me drink water before that. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. The blood was a aviator and its seal. The redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains, sudden dizziness, and the profuse bleeding of the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and the termination of the disease were incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends among the knights and dames of his court, and with this retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive, magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. The wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers which wielded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress of the sudden impulses of despair or frenzy within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precaution, the courtiers might bid defiance to the contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to live or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. They were buffoons. They were improvisatory. They were ballet dancers. They were musicians. There was beauty. There was wine. All the security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at the masque of the unusual magnificence. It was a vulturous scene, that masquerade. But first, let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long, straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here, the case was very different. Excuse me? As the might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre, the apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall, narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were stained of glass, whose color varied in accordance of which prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber which was open. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple, and its ornaments and tapestries, and its paints were purple. The third was green throughout, and so was its casement. The fourth was furnished with light orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon the carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the colors of the windows failed to respond with the decorations. The plates were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now, in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum. Amid the profusion of the golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or dependent upon the roof, there was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire, that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illuminated the room. And thus, were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western, or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the black dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was a ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenance for those who entered, that there were few company bold enough to set foot within it at all. Next page. Oh god, this paragraph was so long. It was in this apartment also that there stood against a heavy wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, the hour was to be stricken. There came from the brazen lungs of the clock, which sound was clear and loud, and deep, exceedingly musical. Water, wait lang. I'm getting water, wait lang. Oh. Okay. Water done. But so of a peculiar note and emphasis that each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to a pause momentarily in their performance to hearken the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions. And there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company, and while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged sedate passed their hands over the brows as if confused in reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, the light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly. They made whispering vows, each to each other, and the next chiming of the clock would produce them no similar emotion. And then, at the last 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock. Then, there was same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But, in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. His tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decor of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery. His conceptions glowed in barbaric luster. There were some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishment of the 7 chambers upon the occasion of this great fete. It was his own guiding taste that which had been given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter of fancy and phantasm. Much of what has been seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures, which unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, much of something terrible, and not of little which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and in these, the dreams written about, taking hue from the rooms, causing wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon, there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then for a moment, all is still. And all is silent, save for the voice of the clock. Dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They had endured but an instant, and the light of half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again music swells, where dreams live, and read to and fro more merrily than ever. Take view from many tinted windows, through which stream the rays of the tripods. but to the chamber which lies the most westwardly of the 7. There are now none of the maskers who venture forth. The night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes and the blackness of the sable vapor tree above. Into him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near of the clock, ebony, a muffled pedal more solemn and emphatic than any of which reaches their ears who indulge in the remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly in the heart of light, and the revel went whirringly on, until the length there commenced the sounding midnight upon the clock, and then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzes were quieted, and there was a necessary cessation of all things as before, but now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened. Perhaps more than a thought of prep, with more of time, more meditations, thoughtful echo among those who reveled. And thus too it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become more aware of the presence of the masked figure, which had arrested the attention of no single individual before, and the rumor of this presence, of having spread itself whisperingly about. There arose at strength, the length of the whole company a buzz, or murmur, the expressive disapprobation and surprise. Then, finally a terror, of horror and disgust. An assembly of phantasms such as I painted it, made me well to suppose that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In the truth, the masquerade license of the night, was merely unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and had gone beyond by the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There were chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion, even which the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests. There matters of no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger, neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage, which made so nearly to resemble the countenance of the stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny have had difficulty detecting the cheek. And yet, all this might have been endured, if not approved by the mad revelers around. But the murmur had gone so far to assume the type of Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, his broad brow, with all his features of the face, he was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. With the eyes of his Prospero fall upon this spectral image, which was a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role. Walked to and fro among the waltzers. He seemed to be convulsed, in the first moment with a strong shudder, either of terror or distaste, but in the next was his brow reddened. Who dares? He demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near. Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at the sunrise from the battlements. It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which the Prince Professor stood as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed as the waving of his hand. It was blue. It was in the blue room where stood the prince. It was a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first he spoke. There was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who, at the moment, was near his hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer to approach the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the number had inspired the whole party, There were none found who to put forth hand to seize him. So that, unimpeded, he passed within the yard of the prince's person. And while the vast assembly, as with one impulse, shrank from the centers of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had been distinguished from him from the first. Through the blue chamber to the purple to the green to the orange, and this again to the white, and there even thence to violet. Era decided a movement that had been made to arrest him. However, it was that that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage, in the shame of his momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly towards the 6 chambers, while none followed him in his call of the deadly terror that seized upon them all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached, in rapid impetuosity, within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterward fell prostrate in the death of Prince Prospero. Then, the summoning of the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves in the black apartment, and seizing the murmur, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements in the corpse-like mass which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And so was the acknowledged the presence of Red Death, yet come like a thief at the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood-bells and one by one the revelers in the blood-belled hall dropped of the revel, and died each despairing pulse of his soul. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that and the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last king, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay, and the red held inimitable dominion over all. And that's the what? That's the end of the Masquerade of the Red Death? What? Wait, so the guy? Wait. So that's the end of the Mask of the Red Death. Wait. Wait. I'm thinking. So, if I got it correctly, Red Death has been killing everyone. Killing everyone within 30 minutes. And then Prince Prospero gathered his friends or something. 1,000 of his friends in his house. Actually in his sort of house where they can where they can party without the thought of Red Death. And they were like weird colored halls. Because he was just that kind of guy who wants everything colored. That's what I'm getting so far. And then wait. And then there was this person. There was this figure who came along. I think the figure was Red Death. I really think the figure was Red Death, who the prince quote unquote killed. I think it was the Red Death. And then because I think it's like you can't run away from that, I guess. It's trying to say. I am not entirely sure. But I really think I think that was the Red Death, the one that Prince killed. And then once the quote-unquote figure died, I think it unleashed something. It unleashed fury or something. Yeah, Yeah, like, ano, I think, no, I don't think the prince, no, wait. Did the prince died? Wait, did the prince died? Wait, I think the prince died, and all of his friends panicked and rushed back to the dark room. The only dark room. Which was, if I remember, like in the far back or something. Try not to die as well. But in the end, they all died? That was the Red Death? I am confuzzled, to be exact. Very much confuzzled. I'm trying to understand kasi how the fuck, wait. I'm trying to understand this story. It confused me more than anything. But I think that was the story. The Red Death finally came for the prince and his men. Actually, in his court, to be exact. And the prince was trying to say, you can't touch us or something weird, we're invincible. But then the Red Death was like, just did a reverse Uno card or something, and then the prince died. I think that was that one. And then it was that one though. Isn't it? I think that's how the died. The prince died. He touched the Red Death. This reminds me of Black Death though, but yeah, he touched the Red Death and then he died. Touched by stabbing it. Look what he said, touch though. Maybe yun nga nangyari. Maybe that's what happened. They were trying to avoid death, but in the end, death came for them. In the end. That was an okay story. It was okay. It was just okay for me. A bit confusing, but okay. How's everyone though with this story? It was just it for me. That was just it. It was it. That was it. Oh wait. While I prepare the next story, wait. Oh my gosh, mahaba. How do I change this again? Let's see. The next story, let's start the next story around. I'll just start the next story. This is the next story. Diba? Was this everything was built up and then what? It was built up though. When was this published? 8050. 8050. It was published after the Amontillado. Wait, what? What? Was confusing? Like, there were so many, descriptions of the... There were so many descriptions of the rooms. There were like too many descriptions of the rooms. We're just like, oh, they were partying here, but did you know the prince was not like any other princess? He's not like any other princess. He wants everything to be wacky. Just that, like, I wanted, like, maybe, how did it affect them? Like, did it, like, affected them? Like, I want to see how the prince was affected by the Red Death more. Like, sure, he was proud, loud, and boisterous guy, but like the other stories, it tackled on the mentality of the character. I wanted the prince to be like that, but I guess this is more of a metaphoric-ish type of story. Like, no matter what you do, you can't run away from death because eventually death will catch up to everyone. That's what I can take out from this story. It's more of a metaphorical sense than the rest. The rest can be literal. The rest can be literal because, like, was like Telltale Heart. It had a direction. All of them have direction, let's say. They all have the direction. As of Amontillado, yes, it has. The Black Cat, even though I don't like it as much, but it brought me more feelings. Like, it gave out more feelings. Like, it riled me more than the Mask of Red Death. It riled me more. Which I guess I can give the Black Cat higher points than the Red Death. It has higher points than the Red Death. For me. Which, wait, if I'm gonna rank, if I have to remove my favorites because it's gonna be such a bias. If I were to rank, Black Cat is higher than the Red Death because of it invoked feelings from me. Despite violent, horrific feelings. Even those feelings were kind of like what the fuck feelings. At least it provided me like, excuse me, why? Something like that. Just that. Just more build up siya. But I guess we have like an okay story. At least after the Black Cat, we have a great sort of middleman story. Oh yeah, the next story is if you don't like stories about buried alive, you can skip the fifth story because apparently, according to this, it's about being buried alive. I mean, the title says it all. That's what I got from But the thing is, it's like there's like a short what will you expect from this story, which is like a buried alive story. That thing, I don't know. This story is 10 pages damn long. The premature burial is 10 pages long. Oh my god. That I can say. 10 pages damn long. Can I bold this a bit? Yes I can. Yan. Para mas so it's easier to be seen. Yeah, now it's clearer. I'm not sure how deep, but it says it's a buried alive story. So if anyone's actually uncomfortable with it, skip the fifth story. Skip the fifth story. Yeah, we have to skip the fifth story. And I'll be doing a small bathroom break. And once I get back, I will start the premature burial, but I'll take a short bathroom break and yeah, we'll continue. I'll be right back. Just turn off this and then put the screen. come back and I'll just... There. Okay. As mentioned again, if you don't like buried alive stories, you can just wait for the next story. You can just wait for the next story, which is 14 fucking pages long. But we're gonna read this story. This is like the second to the last story for our list. And let's see, where's the document again? Wala ko yung document. Sandali. The fuck is it? Ayun. Okay. We just drink again before anything. Okay, let's do this. The premature burial. There are certain themes of which interest is all-absorbing, but which are too entirely horrible for the purposes of legitimate fiction. If the mere romanticist must eschew, if you do not wish to offend or discuss, they are with propriety handled only when the severity and the majesty of truth sanctify to sustain them. We thrill, for example, with the most intense of pleasurable pain over the accounts of the passage of Beresina, of the earthquake at Libson, of the plague at London, of the massacre of St. Bartholomew, or of the stifling of the 123 prisoners in the black hole at Calcutta. But in these accounts, it is the fact, it is the reality, it is the history which excites. As inventions, we should regard them with simple abhorrence. I have mentioned some few of the more prominent and august calamities on record. But in this, it is the extent, not less than the character of the calamity, which so vividly impresses the fancy. I need not remind the reader that, from the long and the weird catalogue of the human miseries, I might have selected many individual instances more replete with essential suffering than any of the vast generalities of disaster. The true wretchedness, indeed, the ultimate woe, is particular, not diffuse. That the ghastly extremes of agony are endured by man the eunuch, and never by man the mass. For this, let us thank a merciful God. To be buried alive is, beyond question, the most terrific of these extremes which has ever fallen to mere mortality, that it has frequently, very frequently, so fall will scarcely be denied by those who think. The boundaries which divide life from death are at the best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends and where the other begins? We know that there are diseases in which occur total cessations of all apparent functions of vitality, and yet in which these cessations are mere suspensions, properly so called. They are only temporary pauses in incomprehensible mechanism. A certain period elapses. The silver cord was never loosened, nor the gold bowl irreparably broken. But where, meantime, was the soul? Apart, however, from the inevitable conclusion, a priori that causes much produce, such effects that the well-known occurrence of such cases of suspended animation must naturally give rise. And now then, to premature interments. Apart from this consideration, we have the direct testimony of medical and ordinary experience to prove that a vast number of such interments have actually taken place. I might refer at once, if necessary, to 100 well-authenticated instances. One of the very remarkable character, in which of the circumstance may be fresh from the memory of some of my readers, occurred not very long ago in the neighboring city of Baltimore, where it occasioned a painful, intense, and wildly exciting, the wife of the most respectable citizens, a lawyer of eminence, in which a member of Congress was seized with a sudden unaccountable illness, which completely baffled the skills of her physicians, and after much suffering, she died, or was supposed to die. No one suspected, indeed, or reason to suspect, that she was not actually dead. She presented all the ordinary appearances of death. Her face, the face assumed the usual pinched and sunken outline. The lips were of the usual marble pallor. The eyes were lustreless. There was no warmth. Pulsation had ceased. For 3 days, the body was preserved unburied, during which it had acquired a story rigidity. The funeral, in short, was hastened, on the account of rapid advance of what was supposed to be decomposition. The lady was deposited in her family vault, which, for 3 subsequent years, was undisturbed. At the expiration of this term, it was opened to reception of the esophagus. But alas, how a fearful shock awaited the husband, who personally threw open the door. As the portal swung outwardly back, some white apparel object fell rattling within his arms. It was the skeleton of his wife in her yet unmolded child. Unmolded what? A careful investigation rendered it evident she had been revived 2 days after her entombment? Wait. She was brought back to life while she was buried. Oh no. Oh my god. Wait, she was brought back to life. That her struggles within the coffin caused it to fall from a lead or shelf to the floor, where it was broken as to permit her escape. A lamp which had been accidentally left, full of oil within the tomb, was found empty. It might have been exhausted, however, by evaporation. On the outermost steps which led down to a dread chamber was a large format of the coffin, with which it seemed that she had endeavored to arrest attention by striking the iron door. While thus occupied, she probably swooned or possibly died through sheer terror, and, in failing, her shell became entangled in some iron work which projected interiorly. Thus she remained, and thus she rotted erect. In the year 1810, the case of living inhumation happened in France, attended with a circumstance which go far to warrant the assertion of the truth indeed, stranger the fiction. The heroine of the story was Mademoiselle Victorine Lafrosade. Did I just pronounce that? I don't know if I... Mademoiselle Victorine Lafrosade? Is that how you pronounce it? I think that's how to pronounce it. A young girl of illustrious family, of wealth, and of great personal beauty. I mean, to be fair, it is says she's of illustrious family wealth. Sounds like a noble though. Among her numerous suitors was Julien Bossuet. Bossuet, a poor literature or a journalist of Paris. His talents and general amiability had recommended him to the notice of the heiress, by whom he seems to be truly beloved, but her pride of birth decided her, finally, to reject him and to with Monsieur Renel, a banker and a diplomatist of some eminence. After marriage, however, this gentleman neglected and perhaps even more positively ill-treated her. Having passed with him some wretched years, she died, at least in her condition so closely resembled death as to deceive everyone who saw her. She was buried, not in a vault, but in an ordinary grave in the village of her nativity. Filled with despair, and still inflamed by the memory of profound attachment, the lover journeys from the capital to the remote province in which the village lies, which the romantic purpose was of disinterring the corpse. Wait. So Julien Bossuet loved her so much he wants to unearth her body, or what he presumed a dead body. Okay then. Okay. And possessing himself of his luxuriant tresses, he reaches the grave. At midnight, he unearths the coffin, opens it, and is in the act of detaching the hair. She was arrested by the closing beloved of her eyes. In fact, the lady had been buried alive. Vitality had not altogether departed. She was aroused by the cries of her lover from the lethargy which had been mistaken for death. He bore her frantically to his lodges in the village. He employed a certain powerful restorative suggested by no little medical learning. In fine, she revived. She recognized her preserver. She remained with him until, by slow degrees, she fully recovered her original health. Her woman's heart was not adamant, but this last lesson of love sufficed to soften it. She bestowed upon Bose. She returned no more to her husband, but conceived him from her resurrection. Fled. Sounds like a happy ending, diba? For Mademoiselle, what's her name, Victorine? But conceived her from resurrection, fled with her lover to America. 20 years afterward, the two returned to France, in the persuasion that the time had so greatly altered the lady's appearance that her friends would be unable to recognize her. They were mistaken, however, for the first meeting. Monsieur Renel did recognize and make claim to his wife. The claim she resisted. The judicial tribunal sustained her resistance, deciding that her peculiar circumstances, with the long last of years, had extinguished not only equitably but legally the authority of the husband. Yes! Happy ending! For the case of Mademoiselle Victor Lafrasade. Finally! A happy ending! Good God! Because Monsieur Renel was not exactly a good husband, diba? A happy ending in Edgar Allan Poe books? That's a new one. Okay. Finally. She fled to her lover. They stayed with her for 20 years. And then they came back. No one recognized her. But Monsieur Renel's like, you look like my wife, so you're my wife. But the judiciary says no. So she has a happy life. Gato all around. Oh my God. I feel like hope came back. Yay! Oh my God. We're not yet done with the story, however. But at least one of the cases is happy. At least we have a happy ending on one part of the story. Okay. The oh my God. Chirurgical Journal of the Late Sick. A periodical high authority and merit, which some American bookseller would do well to translate and republish, records a late number of distressing events of the character in question. An officer of artillery, a man of gigantic structure and of robust health, being thrown from an unimaginable horse, received a severe concussion upon the head, which rendered him insensible at once. His skull was slightly fractured, but no immediate danger was apprehended. The planning was accomplished successfully. He was bled, and many other of the ordered means of relief were adopted. Gradually, however, he fell more and more hopeless state of stupor, and finally it was thought that he died. The weather was warm. He was buried in a decent case of one of the public cemeteries. His funeral took place on Thursday. On the Sunday following, the grounds of the cemetery were, as usual, much thronged with visitors. And about noon, an intense excitement was created by the declaration of the peasant that sitting upon the grave of the officer, that he distinctly felt a commotion of the earth, as if occasioned had by someone of struggling beneath. The first attention was paid to the man's asseveration, but his evident terror, the dog obstinacy which had persisted in his story, had at length their natural effect upon the crowd. Space were hurriedly procured at the grave, which was shamefully shadowed, was in a few minutes was so far thrown open that the head of its occupant appeared. He was seemingly dead, but his head nearly erect with his coffin, the lid which, in his furious struggle, he had partially uplifted. Tabako? He was forthwith conveyed to the nearest hospital, and there was pronounced to be still living. Although in a fitting condition, after for some hours he revived, recognized individuals of his acquaintance, and in broken sentence, spoken his anguish in the grave. From what he related, It was clear that he had been conscious of life for more than an hour while inhumed before last minute insensibility. The grave was carelessly and loosely filled with exceedingly porous soil, and thus some air was necessarily admitted. He heard the footsteps of the crowd overhead, and endeavored to make himself heard in turn. It was the tumult of the grounds of cemetery, he said, which awakened him from a deep sleep. But no sooner was he awake than he became fully aware upon the horrors of his position. The patient, it is recorded, was doing well and seemed to be in a fair way of ultimate recovery, but fell victim to the quackeries of medical experiment. The galvanic battery was applied, and he suddenly expired a wonderful... Seryoso ka? The galvanic battery was applied, and he suddenly expired in one of those ecstatic paroxysms which occasionally superinduce it. So he died. He died. By experimentation. Why? Oh, I just can't pronounce the name. I just can't pronounce the word, that's all. Seryoso ka? Or this is a new one? Oh, this was a new one. This is a new one. Good? The mention of the galvanic battery, nevertheless, recalls to my memory a well-known and very extraordinary case in point, where its action proves a means of restoring to animation a young attorney of London who had been interned for 2 days. This occurred in 1831 and created, at the time, a very profound sensation wherein it was made subject of converse. Excuse me? The patient, Mr. Edward Stapleton, had died, apparently of typhus fever, accompanied with some anomalous symptoms which excited the curiosity of his medical attendants. Upon seeing his decease, his friends were requested to sanction the post-mortem examination, but declined to permit it. As often happens when such refusals are made, the practitioners resolved to disinter the body with and dissect it at leisure in private. Arrangements were easily effected with some of the numerous corps of body snatchers, with which London abounds. And, upon the third night after the funeral, the supposed corpse was unearthed from a grave 8 feet deep and deposited in the open chamber of the private hospitals. An incision of some extent had actually been made at the abdomen, with the fresh and undecayed appearance of the subject suggested an application of the battery. One experiment succeeded another, the customary effects supervened, with nothing to characterize him in any respect, except upon 1 or 2 occasions, upon the ordinary degree of life and light of the convulsive action. It grew late. The day was about to dawn. It was thought expedient, at length, to proceed at once the dissection. A student, however, was especially desirous to distinct the theory on his own, and insisted apply a battery to one of the pectoral muscles. A rough gash was made, and a wire hastily brought in contact with the patient. With the hurried but unconvulsive movement, arose from the table, stepped into the middle of the floor, gazed upon him uneasy for a few seconds, and then spoke. What he said was unintelligible, but words were uttered. The syllabication was distinct. Having spoken, he fell heavily onto the floor. For some moments, all were paralyzed with awe, but the urgency of the case soon restored them from the presence of mind. It was seen Mr. Stapleton was alive, although in swoon. Upon the exhibition of Edgar, he revived with rapidly restored to health, and to the sight of his friends, for whom, however, all knowledge of his resurrection was withheld. Until the relapse was no longer apprehended, their wonder, their rapturous astonishment may be conceived. Okay. The most thrilling peculiarity of this incident, nevertheless, was involved with what Mr. S. himself asserts. He declares that no period he was altogether insensible, that dully and confusedly he was aware of everything which happened to him, from the moment he was pronounced dead by his physicians to still swooning to the floor of the hospital. "I am alive," first uncomprehended words, which upon recognizing the locality of the dissecting room, it endeavored to simulate utter. It were me easy matter to multiply such histories as this, but I forbear. For indeed, we have known to establish the fact that premature interments occur. When we reflect how rarely, from the nature of the case, we have it in our power to detect them, we must admit that they may frequently occur without a cognizance. Scarcely, in truth, is a graveyard ever encroached upon, for any purpose to any great extent, the skeletons are not found in postures which suggest the most fearful of suspicions. Fearful indeed the suspicion, but more fearful the doom. It may assert without hesitation that no event is terribly well adapted to inspire the supremeness of the bodily and mental distress. As is buried before death, the unendurable oppression of the lungs, the stifling fumes of the damp earth, the clinging of the dead garments. This actually reminds you of a story. I'll say it later after the story. The rigid embrace of the narrow house, the blackness of the absolute night, the silence like the sea that overwhelms, the unseen but palpable presence of the conqueror worm. These things, with the thoughts of the air and grass above, with memory of dear friends who would fly to save us if but informed of our fate, and with consciousness of that fate that they can never be informed. We drink water right now. We drink water, wait. Okay. So, what's tayo again? Nagalas na ba ako? The form of our fate, and with consciousness of this fate that they can never be informed, that our hopelessness portion that we of the really is that of the really dead, is considerations, I say, carry into heart, which still palpitate, a degree of appalling and horrible horror, from which of the most daring imagination must recoil. We know nothing so upon the earth, we can drink nothing half so hideous as the realms of the nethermost hell. And thus all narratives upon this topic have an interest profound, an interest nevertheless, which true and sacred awe of the topic itself, very nearly depends upon our conviction of the truth and of the matter narrated. But I have now to tell of my actual knowledge, of my positive and personal experience. Also, we're gonna go to the experience of the... Oh, we're going to the experience of the writer now, that buried alive. Oh yeah, we're gonna go to the, Yeah, we are gonna go to the writer's experience of being buried alive now. For several years, I had been subject to attacks of a singular disorder, which physicians have agreed to term catalepsy, in default of a more definite title. Although both of intermediate and predisposing causes and even actual diagnosis of this disease are still mysterious, it's obvious that the apparent character is sufficiently well understood. Variations seem to be chiefly of degree. Sometimes the patient lies for a day only, or even for a shorter period, in a species of exaggerated lethargy. He is senseless and externally motionless. The pulsation of the heart is faintly perceptible. Some traces of warmth still remain. The slight color lingers within the center of the cheek, and upon application of the mirror to the lips, we can direct a appropriate, unequal, and vacillating action of the lung. Then again, the duration of the trance is for weeks, even for months. While at the closest scrutiny, the most rigorous medical tests fail to establish any material distinction between the state of the sufferer and what we conceive of absolute death. Very usually, he is saved from the premature interment solely by the knowledge of his friends that he had been previously subject to catalepsy, by the consequent suspicion excited, and above all, by the non-appearance of decay. The advance of the malady are luckily gradual. The first manifestations, although marked, are incognito. The fits grow successively more and more distinctive, and endure for much longer and term than the first preceding. In this lies the principal scrutiny from the incrimination. Unfortunate those who first attack should be the extreme character which occasionally is seen, which would almost inevitably consign a life to tomb. My task is no different. No important particular from those mentioned in the medical books. Sometimes without any apparent case, I sank little by little in the condition of the hemistrychno, or half-swoon. In this condition, without pain or ability to stir, or strictly speaking, but with a dull lethargic consciousness of life and the presence of those who surrounded my bed, I remained until the crisis of the disease restored me, suddenly, to perfect sensation. All the other times I was quickly and impetuously smitten. I grew sick, numb, chilly, dizzy, and so fell prostrate at once. Then, for 2 weeks, all was void, black, and silent, and nothing became the universe. Total annihilation to be no more. For these latter attacks I awoke, however, with a graduation of slow propagation of the suddenness of the seizure, just as the day dawns to the friendliness of the houseless beggar who roams among the streets throughout the desolate winter night. Just so tardily, just so wearily, just so cheerily came back light of soul to me. Apart of the tendency to trance, however, my general health appeared to be good, nor could I perceive that it was all affected by the prevalent malady, unless it is indeed an idiosyncrasy? I don't know. In my ordinary sleep, maybe look upon the superincluded. Upon waking from the slumber, I could never again, at once, thorough possession of my senses, and always remain for many minutes, in which bewilderment and perplexity, mental facilities in general, but in the memory in especial, bring the condition of absolute abeyance. Oh wow, this is long. Where the frick am I? In all that I endured, there was no physical suffering, but mortal distress and infinitude. My fancy grew carnal. I talked of worms, of homes, and epitaphs. I was lost in the reveries of death, and the idea of the premature burial held continued possession of my brain. The ghastly danger to which I was subjugated haunted me day and night. In the former, the torture of the meditation was excessive; in the latter, supreme. The grim darkness overspread the earth, and then, with every horror of thought, I shook as the quivering plumes of the hairs. When the nature would endure the wakefulness no longer, it was a struggle I consented to sleep. I shuddered to reflect that, upon waking, I would find myself tenant of a grave, and, when I finally sank into slumber, it was only a rush at once into a world of phantasm, above which, with vast, stable, overshadowing wing, hovered, predominant, the once spiritual idea. Next! H! From the immeasurable images of gloom, which thus oppress me in dreams, I select for record but solitarity vision. Method that no! It thought I was immersed. What the fuck? It thought I was immersed in a cataract trance of more than the usual duration of profoundity. Suddenly, there came an icy hand upon my forehead, and an impatient, gibbering voice whispered the word, "Arise!" within my ear. I sat erect. Darkness was total. I could not see the figure of him who had aroused me. I could call mind neither the period at which I had fallen into a trance, nor the locality in which then I lay. While I remained motionless, embraced in the endeavors to collect my thoughts, the cold hand grasped me fiercely by the wrist, shaking it petulantly, while the gibbering voice said again, "Arise! Did I not bid thee arise?" "And who," I demanded, "art thou?" "I have no name in the regions in which I inhabit," replied the force. Oh, it's mournfully. It's a mournful voice. Wait. Mournful voice. I was a mortal. But I am fiend. I was merciless, but unpitiful. Thou dost feel that I shudder. My teeth chatter as I speak. And yet it's not the chillness of the night without end. But this hideousness is insufferable. How canst thou tranquility sleep? I cannot rest for the cry of these great agonies. But the sight more than I can bear. Get thee up! Come with me the out of the night, and let me unfold to thee the graves. Is this a spectacle of woe? Behold! I look. I need water. Wait lang. Wait lang. Water. I look, and the unforeseen figure, which still grasped me by the wrist, had caused me to be thrown open the graves of all mankind, from which issued the faint phosphoric radiance of decay, so I could see the innermost recesses. There, and there, the view of shrouded bodies in their sad, solemn slumbers with worms. But alas, the real sleepers were fewer, by many millions, than those who slumbered not at all. There was feeble struggling. There was a general sad unrest. From the depths of the countless pits, there came a melancholy rustling from the garments of the buried, and those who seemed tranquility to repose. I saw that a vast number had changed. The greater or lost degree, the rigid and uneasy position in which they had originally been at home, and a voice again said to me as I gazed, Is it not a pitiful sight? But before I could find words, I could find words to reply, the figure had seized grasp upon my wrist. The phosphoric lights expired. The graves were closed with a sudden violence, while from those aroused a tumult of despairing cries, saying again, Is it not, oh God, is it not a pitiful sight? Fantasies such as these, presenting themselves at night, extended terrific influence far into my waking hours. My nerve became thoroughly unstrung. I fall prey to perpetual horror. I hesitated to ride, or to walk, or to indulge in any exercise that would carry me from home. In fact, I dared to thrust myself out of the immediate presence of those who are aware of my proneness to catalepsy, lest, falling into one of my unusual fits, I should be buried before my real condition could be ascertained. I doubted the care, the fidelity of my dearest friends. I dreaded that, in some trance of the more customary duration, that they might be prevailed upon regarding me as irrecoverable. I even went so far as to fear that, as I occasioned much trouble, they might be glad to consider any protracted attack as a sufficient excuse to get rid of me altogether. It was in vain that they endeavored to reassure me by the most solemn promises. I exacted the most sacred oaths that under no circumstances they would bury me until their composition had so materially advanced as to render further preservation impossible. Even then, my mortal terrors would listen to no reason, would accept no consultation. I entered a series of elaborate precautions. Among things, I had the family vault so remodeled as to admit being readily opened from within. The slightest pressure upon a long lever that extended far into the tomb would cause the iron portal to fly back. There were arrangements also to free admission of air and light, convenience receptacles for food and water within immediate reach of the coffin for my intended reception. Oh, this coffin was warmly and softly padded, and it was provided with a lid, fashioned upon the principles of the vault door. The addition of springs was so contrived that even the feeblest movement of the body is sufficient to set to liberty. Besides all this, there was a suspended roof of the tomb, a large bell, the rope which was designed to extend through a hole of the coffin and so be fastened to one of the hands of the corpse. But alas, what avails the vigils against the destiny of man? Not even these well-contrived securities suffice to save the uttermost agonies of living inhumation. A wretch to those agonies were told. There are... Ah! Okay, good night, Napu! Thank you for coming by! Thank you! Good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. There arrived an epoch, as often before had there arrived, which I found myself emerging from the total unconsciousness to the first feeble indefiniteness of existence. Slowly, a tortoise graduation.
approached a faint grey dawn of the fiscal day, a torpid uneasiness, a pathetic endurance to dull pain, no care, no hope, no efforts. Then, after a long interval, a ringing in the ears, then, after a lapse still longer, prickling or tingling sensation in the extremity, then, a seemingly eternal period of pleasurable quiescence, during which awakening the feelings are strung into thought, in a brief sinking into non-entity, the sudden recovery, at length at the quivering of an eyelid, and immediately thereupon, an electric shock of horror, deadly and infinite, which sends the blood of torrents from the temple to the heart, and now the first positive effort to think, and now the first endeavor to remember, and now the partial evanescent success, and now the memory has so regained its dominion, that, in some measure, I am cognizant of my state. I feel that I am not waking of an ocean. My shuddering spirit is overwhelmed by the grim danger, by one spectral and forever prevalent idea. For some minutes of this fancy possessed me. I remained without motion. And why? I could not summon the courage to move. I dared not to make the effort to satisfy me of my fate. And yet, there was something in my heart which whispered me to pursue despair. No such other species, wretchedness ever calls into being. Despair alone urged me, after long irresolution, to uplift the heavy lids of my eyes. I uplifted them. It was dark, all dark. I knew the fit was over. I knew the crisis of my discovery had long passed. I knew I had fully recovered the use of my visual facilities. Yet, it was dark, all dark. The intense of utter raylessness, and the of the night that endureth evermore. Excuse me. I endeavored to shriek, and my lips and my parched tongue moved convulsively together in the attempt, but no voice issued from the cavernous lungs, which oppressed as if by the weight of some infinite mountain, gasped and palpitated, with the heart of every elaborate struggling inspiration. The movement of the jaws in this effort to cry aloud showed me that they were bound up. As it usual with dread, I felt too that I lay upon some hard substance. By something similar, my sides were also closely compressed. So far, I had not ventured to steer any of my limbs, but now I violently threw up my arms, which had been lying at length, with wrists crossed, and we stuck in a wooden substance, which extended above my person at an elevation not more than 6 inches above my face. I could no longer doubt I reposed within the coffin at last. And now, amid all my infinite miseries, sweet, came sweetly the cherub hope. For I thought the precautions I with, and with spasmodic exertions to force upon the lid, it would not move. I felt my wrist for the bell rope, it was not to be found. I had to end down the comforter fled forever, and the still sterner despair reigned triumphant. I could not have helped receiving in the absence of the padding which I had so carefully prepared. And then, too, they came suddenly to my nostrils, a strong particular odor of the moistened the earth. The conclusion was irresistible. I was not within the vault. I had fallen to trance while absent from among strangers. When or how, I could not remember. Then, it was they who had been burned as a dog, nailed up some common coffin, thrust in deep, and forever to some poor dynamic's grave. This awful conviction forced itself, and thus into the innermost chambers of my soul. I once again struggled and cried out loud. Separate endeavor, I succeeded. A long, wild, continuous shriek, a yell of agony, sounded in the realms of the subterranean. Hi, hello there. Oh, it's a gruff voice. Oi, hi, hello there. That's a gruff voice I can do. Then a gruff voice in reply. What in the devil's matter now? Said the second. You know that, said the third. What do you me, the yowling that air kind of style like a calamine, said the fourth. Hereupon, oh, thanks. I tried my best as a gruff one. Right, I will drink again water. I'll drink water right now. Hereupon, I was seized and shaken without ceremony for several minutes by a junta of a very rough-looking individuals. That arose from my slumber. I was wide awake when I screamed, but they restored me to the full possession of my memory. This adventure occurred near Richmond in Virginia. Accompanied by a friend, I had proceeded upon gunning expedition. Some miles upon down the banks of the James River. Night approached. We were overtaken by storm. The cabin of a small sloop, lying at an anchor in the stream, laden with a garden mold, afforded us the only available shelter. We made best of it. In the pass of the night on board, I slept in one of the two berths in the vessel. The berths of the slop of 60 or 20 tons of meat scarcely described, which I had occupied had no bedding of any kind. Its extreme width was 18 inches. Its distance of its bottom from the deck overhead was precisely the same. I found a matter of exceeding difficulty to squeeze myself in. Nevertheless, I slept soundly. The whole of my vision, for it was no dream, it was no nightmare, arose naturally from the circumstance of my position. My original bias of thought, from the difficulty to which I have alluded, from the collecting of my senses, in which regain of my and especially of regain of my memory, for a long time awaking from the slumber. The men shook me were like a crew of slop and some laborers engaged to unload it. For from the load itself came the earthy smell. The bandage about the jaws was a silk handkerchief which in both I bound upon my head, in default of my customary nightcap. The torches endued, however, were indubitably quite evil for a time. To those who are actually sculptured, they were fearfully, quite inconceivably hideous, but out of evil proceeded good. For their every excess wrought in my spirit was an inevitable revulsion. My soul acquired tone, acquired temper. I went abroad. I took vigorous exercise. I breathed free air of heaven. I thought upon other subjects than death. I discarded my medical books. What shall I bird? I read no night thoughts, no fiction about churchyards, nor bugaboo tales, such as this. In short, I became a new man. I lived a man's life. From a memorable night, I dismissed forever my child apprehensions. With them vanished the cataleptic disorder, of which perhaps had been less consequence than the cause. There are moments when, even the sober eye of reason, the world of our sad humanity may assume the semblance of hell, but the imagination of man is no catharsis, to explore which infinity fills every cavern. Alas! The grim legion of spectral horrors that we regard as altogether fanciful, but like the demons whose accompany Afrasiab made his voyage down the Oxus. They must sleep, or they will devour us. They must be suffered to slumber, or we will perish. And that's the end of the premature burial! That's a long story, oh my god. Prefer 10 pages. As I was saying before, this story reminded me of a story I saw. If you know, the internet, he has a story, man in the internet has a story called, The Man in the Cave. I remember that. I remember that while I was reading this, I remember the Man in the Cave story. If you know that, then no. If you know that, you know. That's like our fifth story. Our fifth story for the night, and we're gonna go to our last story of the stream. But the premature burial felt like more of an accountant of story. Not familiar with that. Oh, it's actually a sad story. The Man in the Cave. It's a sad one. No. It's a really sad story talaga. Like, I listened to it and I just no. No, just no. Story is pretty sad kasi so, a man was buried alive and the worst and the best of humanity came out in that incident alone. And I felt sad when it happened. It's a great video. Sad story overall. It's a really sad story. I like just horrifying to say the least. It's basically being trapped in a cave as well. I'm gonna type in the next story. It might be confusing. This is this is the last story of the night. William Wilson. I will drink water. I will drink water again. I drank a lot of water today. Wow, naubos na my jug is gonna run out. That felt nice. That felt really nice. And speaking of, is everyone good though? I hope everyone's good though with this. My thoughts in the premature burial. My thoughts of it. My thoughts upon the premature burial. Wait. It's premature burial thoughts. I think of my thoughts kasi wait. It was a nice account. Like I like it. But I actually plan to do story streams. I have I plan in mind. What if I do story streams every end of the month? Would you all be good with that? Because I'm good with telling stories at the end of the month. Because why not? At the end of the month, let's just chill, storytell, just chat, we just vibing, just all that. Alright, next month, have a story time session next month then. Alright, without further ado, I guess I'll just... The last one is... William Wilson. I have no idea how this works, but yeah. Yeah, next month ulit a story. I'm gonna check out the stories I could read on the month of November. I'm gonna try to fit in not exactly fit in, parang find fitting stories for the month of November. But yeah, we'll be doing story time every month. Well, every end of the month. Yeah, exact. But yeah. Oh my god. William Wilson actually sounds like a Don't Starve character. If I remember correctly, then one character in Don't Starve. Isn't one character in Don't Starve has a name Wilson? Oh yeah, it is Wilson! It is Wilson! That's the name of the character in Don't Starve, Wilson! Okay, yeah, that one is also familiar. But without further ado, 14 pages of the last story. Let's do this. For the last story of the stream, I'm presenting William Wilson by Edgar Allan Poe. Is it on the... Okay, it's on the list. What say of it? What say of Conscience Grim? That spectre in my path. By Chamberlain's Parondia. Let me call myself for the present, William Wilson. The fair page now lying before me need not to be soiled with my real appellation. This has been already too much object for scorn, for the horror, for the detection of my race. The outermost regions of the globe have not the indigenous winds buried its unparalleled infamy. Oh, outcast of all outcasts most abandoned. To the earth art thou not forever dead? To its honors, to its flowers, to its golden aspiration, in a cloud dense and dismal. Limitless, does it not think eternal between thy hopes and heaven? I would not. If I could, here or today, embody a record of my later years of unspeakable misery, unpardonable crime. Unpardonable crime? Not a, oh please no. This epoch, these later years, took unto themselves a sudden elevation of turpitude, whose origin alone it is my present purpose to assign. Men usually grow Men usually grow base by degrees. For me, in an instant, all virtue dropped bodily as a mantle. I shrouded my nakedness in triple guilt. From comparatively trivial wickedness I passed, with the stride of a giant, into more of the enormities of an Iragabalos. I butchered that clearly. I'm sorry. I am sorry if I butchered that. I'm completely sorry. But a chance. But one event brought this evil thing to pass. Bear with me while I relate. Death approaches, and the shadow which foreruns him has thrown a softening influence over my spirit. I long, in passing of a dim valley, for sympathy. I have nearly said for the pity of my fellow men. I would fain have them believe what I have been, in some measure, a slave of circumstances beyond human control. I would wish them to seek out for me, in the details I am about to give, in some oasis of fatality amid a wilderness of error. I would have them allow what they cannot, refrain from allowing, that although temptation may have erewhile exist as great, man has never, at least, tempted before. Certainly, never thus fell. And it is before that he had never thus suffered. Had I not indeed been living in a dream? Have I not now dying a victim to the horror and mystery of the wildest sublime visions? I am the descendant of the race whose imaginative and easily excitable temperament has all times rendered them remarkable, and in my earliest fancy, I gave evidence of having fully inherited the family character. As I advanced in years, it was more strongly developed, becoming for many reasons a cause for serious disquietude to my friends, and a positive injury to myself. I grew self-willed, addicted to the wildest caprices, and a prey to the most ungovernable passions. Weak-minded and beset with constitutional infirmities akin to my own, my parents could do but little to check the evil propensities which distinguished me. Some feeble and ill-directed efforts resulted in complete failure on their part, and of course, total triumph on mine. Thenceforward, my voice was household law. In that age when children have abandoned their leading strength, I was left to guidance of my own will, and became all in but my name, a master of my actions. When few children have been abandoned by their leading strength. Now, my earliest recollections of a school life were connected with a large, rambling, cottage-built, and somewhat decayed building in a misty-looking region of England. There was a vast number of gigantic and gnarled trees, and where all the houses had been excessively ancient. In truth, it was like a dream, like spirit-soothing place, that venerable old town. Venerable? At this moment in fancy, I feel the refreshing chillness in its deeply shadowed avenues, inhale the fragrance of its thousand shrubberies, and thrill a new, undefinable delight at the deep, hollow note of the church bell, breaking each hour with a sullen and sudden roar upon the stillness of the dusky atmosphere which the fold fretted, Gothic sleep would lay embedded and asleep. It gives me, perhaps, as much pleasure as I can now in any manner experience to dwell upon the minute recollections of the school and its concerns. Oh my gosh, where is it? Where's that line? I lost that line. I lost the line. Where is it? Concerns. Where the hell is it? Oh my gosh, is it yun? Oh my gosh. Where the fuck is it? Concerns. Steep in misery. Oh, fuck. I lost it. Steep in misery as I am. Misery, alas! Only too real. I shall be pardoned for seeking relief, however slight and temporary, in the weakness of few rambling details. These, moreover, utterly trivial. even the ridiculous in themselves, assume to my fancy, advent, fuck, advent, advent, God damn it, adventus importance as connected with the period, and locality. When and where I recognized the first ambiguous mentions of the destiny which afterwards so fully overshadowed me, let me then remember. The house, I have said, was an old, irregular, and cottage built. The grounds were extensive, and an enormously high and solid brick wall, topped with a bed of mortar and broken glass, encompassed the whole. This prison-like rampart formed the limit of our domain. Beyond it we saw but thrice a week, once every Saturday afternoon, when attended by two ushers, we were permitted to take brief walks in a body through some neighboring fields. Twice during Sunday, when we were paraded in same formal manner to the morning and evening service in one church of the village. Of this church, the principal of our school was a pastor, with how deep spirit of wonder and perplexity, as I won't record him from our remote view in the gallery, as, with a solemn and slow, he ascended to the pulpit, this reverend man, his countenance and demurely beaming, with robes so glossy, so clerically flowing, with wigs so minutely powdered, so rigid, so vast. Could this be he who of late, with sour visage and his snuffy habiliments, administered, furlough in hand, the draconian laws of Academy? O gigantic paradox, too utterly monstrous for solution. At an angle of ponderous wall, frowned upon the ponderous gate. It was a riveted, studded with iron bolts, and surmounted with jagged iron spikes. What impressions did all it inspire? It was never opened save for three periodical egressions and ingressions already mentioned. Then, in every creak of its mighty hinges, we found a plenitude of mystery, a world of matter for solemn remark, or for solemn meditation. This, next page, wait a minute. This extensive closure was irregular in form, having many capacious recesses. Of this, few of the largest constituted the playground. It was level, covered in with fine, hard gravel. I well remember it had no trees, nor benches, nor anything similar with it. Of course, it was the rear of the house. In front lay a small parterre, padded with a box with other shrubs. But though its sacred division we passed upon only rare occasions indeed, if such a first advent to our school, or foul departure thence, or perhaps, were parent or child having called for us, we joyfully took our way home for the Christmas or midsummer holidays. But the house, oh how quaint the old building was this! To me, how veritably this is a place of enchantment! There was no end to its windings, its incomprehensible subdivisions. It was impossible, at any given time, to say with certainty upon of which its two stories happened to be. From each room to every other there were sure to be found 3 or 4 steps, either in ascent or descent. Then, the lateral branches were innumerable, inconceivable, and so returning upon themselves that our exact ideas in regard to the whole mansion were not very far different from those we had which pondered upon infinity. During the 5 years of my residence here, I was never able to ascertain with precision in what remote locality lay the little sleeping apartment assigned to myself and some 18 or 20 other scholars. Also, it's a dorm. The schoolroom was the largest in the house. I could not help thinking in the world it was a very long, narrow, and dismally low with pointed Gothic windows and a ceiling of oak. In a remote of terror-inspiring angle was a square enclosure of 8 or 10 feet, compromising the sanctum. During hours of our principal, the Reverend Dr. Bransby was a solid structure with macy door, sooner than open with the absence of the domine. What was that song again? Oh my gosh, that song. Dorime ba yun? I just remember Dorime. That's all I remember from the song that I heard before. That's all I remember, Dorime. Oh my gosh. That's all I remember. I can't exactly remember the title. You would have all willingly perished by the mean court Edgar. In other angles, we were two similar boxes, far less reverent indeed. But greatly matters of awe, one of these was pulpit of the classical usher, of one of the English and mathematical, interspersed about the room. Crossing and recrossing the endless irregularity were numerous benches and desks, black and ancient and time-worn, piled desperately with the bitten books, and so we seem with initial letters, names at full neck, meaningless gashes, grotesque figures, and so multiple efforts of the night as to have entirely lost of what original form might have been their portion in days long departed. A huge bucket with water stood in one extremity of the room, a clock of stupendous dimensions at the other. Encompassed by the mazy walls of this venerable academy I passed, yet not in tedium or disgust. Years of that third lustrum of my life. Teeming brain of childhood requires no external word, incident or occupy to amuse it. And the apparently dismal of the monotony of the school, replete with more intense and excitement than my ripper youth has derived from luxury, or my full manhood from crime. Yet I must believe that my first mental development had much of the commotion, even of much of the entree, upon mankind at large of the events of the yearly existence rarely leave its mature age at any definite impression. All is grey shadow, a weak and irregular remembrance, and distinct gathering of feeble pleasure and phantasmagoric pains. With this not so, in childhood I must have felt with the energy of a man. What I now stamp upon memories lies as a vivid what? Oh, thank you for the follow, Lil Crispy. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. We are talking about reading Edgar Allan Poe, and we're currently on William Wilson's story. We're currently on William Wilson's story. Now, where was I? Energy of a... Thank you though. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Energy of a man, what I now find stamped upon memory in lines as less vivid, as deep and as durable as the experience of the Carthaginian medals. Yet, in fact of the world's view, how little was there to remember: the morning awakening, the nightly summons to bed, the connings, the recitations, the periodical half-holidays, and the perambulations, the playground with its broils, the pastimes, its intrigues. This, by mental sorcery long forgotten, were made to involve a wilderness of sensation, a world of rich intent, a universe of varied emotion, of excitement of the most passionate spirit stirring. Holy bon oh God, I'm gonna mispronounce this thing so badly. I am so sorry if I mispronounce it. Forgive me for mispronouncing it, but Holy bon temps. Ulysses. Yes, God. I'm pretty sure I mispronounced that so badly. What did this person said to be exact? Let me see. Translate. What is it said? The good times that this century of iron. According to Google Translate, in truth, the ardency, the enthusiasm, the imperiousness of my disposition soon rendered me in a marked character among my schoolmates, and by slow but natural gradations gave me a scenery overall not greatly older than myself, overall with one single exception. This exception was found the person of a scholar who, although no relation, bore the same Christian and surname as myself. A circumstance is, in fact, Little remarkable, for notwithstanding a noble descent, mine was one of those everyday appellations which seem by perspective right to have been, time out of time, the common propriety of the mob in this narrative. I have therefore designated myself as William Wilson, a fictitious title. A fictitious title? What? Not very dissimilar to the real, my namesake alone, of those who in school parasology constituted our set, presumed to compete with me in the studies of the class, in the sports which broils in the play of the playground, to refuse implicit myself in my assertions and submission to my will, indeed to interfere my arbitrary dictation in any respect or whatsoever. If there is on earth a supreme unqualified despotism, it is despotism of a manner, mind in boyhood, over the less energetic spirits of its companions. William's rebellion was to me a source of greatest embarrassment, the more so as, in spite of bravado with which in public I made point of tweaking his pretensions, I secretly felt that I feared him. I could not help thinking the equality which maintained so easily with myself, a proof of his true superiority, which since not to be overcome caused a perpetual struggle. Yet, his superiority, even this equality, was in truth acknowledged by no one but myself. Our associates, by some unaccountable blindness, seem not even to suspect it. Indeed, his competition, his resistance, and especially his impertinent and dogged interference with my purposes were not pointed more than private, appeared to be destitute alike of the ambition which purged, and of the passionate energy of mind which enabled me to excel. In his rivalry, he might be supposed to act solely by a whimsical desire to thwart, to astonish, or mortify myself. Where was I? Although there were times where I could not help observing the feeling made up of wonder, abasement, and pique. He mingled with his injuries, his insults, his contradictions, and certain most inappropriate, and certain most unwelcome affections of the matter. I could only conceive his singular behavior to arise from a consummate self-conceit, assuming vulgars the air of patronage and protection. Wait, let me drink water again. I'm gonna drink water again. Let me drink water again. Sarap. Okay. Where was I? Perhaps it was this latter trait in Wilson's conduct, conjoined in the identity of name, and the mere accident of our having entered upon the school the same day, which uprooted the notion that we're brothers among the senior classes in the academy. These do not usually inquire with much strictness into the affairs of their juniors. As I have before much said, or should have said, that Wilson was not, in the most remote degree, connected with my family. But assuredly, if we had been brothers, we must have been twins. For, after leaving Dr. Bransby's, I casually learned that my namesake was born on the 19th of January, 1811. Somewhat remarkable coincidence, for that day is precisely of my own nativity. Oh, they're born the same day too. It may seem strange that in spite of the continual anxiety occasioned me by the rivalry of Wilson and his intolerable spirit of contradiction, I could not bring myself to hate him altogether. We had, to be sure, nearly every day a quarrel in which he'll be probably the calm of victory. He, in some manner, contrived to make me feel that it was he who had deserved it. Yet, a sense of pride upon my part, and veritable dignity upon his own, kept upon us what are called, quote-unquote, speaking terms. So there were many points of strong congeniality upon our tempers, operating to awaken in me a sentiment of our position alone, perhaps preventing me from ripening into friendship. It is difficult indeed to define or even to describe my real feelings towards him. They form a heterogeneous mixture, somewhat perpetual animosity, which was not yet hatred. They formed a heterogeneous, oh my gosh, I repeat the same damn sentence. Some esteem or respect, much fear, with a world of uneasy curiosity, which was sacred, scarcely indeed necessary to say. In addition, that Wilson and myself were almost inseparable companions. It was no doubt the anomalous state of affairs which existed between us, which turned all my attacks upon him, and there were many, either open or covert, into a channel of banter or practical joke, giving pain while assuming the aspect of mere fun. Rather than into that of a more serious and determined hostility, but in my endeavors on his head were by no means of uniformly successful, even when my plans were positively concocted. For my namesake had much about him, the character, the unassuming and quiet austerity, which, while enjoying his poignancy of his own jokes, has no heel of Achilles itself. It absolutely refuses to be laughed at. I could find, indeed, one vulnerable point, and that, light personal peculiarity, arising perhaps from constitutional disease, to have been spared by any antagonist less at his wit's end than myself. My rival had a weakness in the functional guttural organs, which prevented from raising his voice at any time above a low whisper. Of this detect, I did not fail to take advantage of the poor thing in my power. Why? You took advantage of him? Because he can't speak out that loud? Wilson's relations in kind were many. There was in one form of his practical wit that disturbed me beyond measure. How silently was first discovered all that so pretty a thing that would vex me is a question I could never solve. But having discovered, he arbitrarily practiced the annoyance. I had always felt the aversion of my uncourtly patronage. It was very common, if not deviant paranorman. The words were venom in my ears. And when the day upon my arrival, a second William Winston also came to the academy. I felt angry for him for bearing the same name, doubly disgusted with the name because a stranger bore it. Who would be the cause of this twofold repetition? Who would be constant in my presence? Oh, hello, little Christy! I can understand Tagalog. Don't worry, I can understand Tagalog. Welcome! Hi! Hello! There are 5 speaking Tagalog and English in this chat. I can understand it. I can understand it completely. Don't worry about it. Kung we're speaking Tagalog, I can understand it. Where was I? Okay. Was this twofold repetition, who would be constant in my presence, in whose concerns the ordinary routine of school business must inevitably, on account of detestable coincidence, must be often confounded my own. You started learning music. Oh, congratulations! It's actually good. That's a good sentence already. It's like you're saying you're just starting. You're starting learning Tagalog. It's nice. Good. The feeling of vexation thus engendered grew stronger with every circumstance, tending to show resemblance, moral or physical, between my rival and myself. I had not then discovered the remarkable fact that we were of the same age, but I saw we were of the same height, and I perceived that we are not altogether unlike the general contour of a person and outline of feature. I was galled too by the rumor of a touching relationship which has grown current in the upper forms. In a word, nothing more seriously disturbed me, although I scrupulously concealed such disturbance, than any allusion to a similarity of mind or person existing between us. But in truth, I had no reason to believe, with the exception of the matter of relationship, and in case of Wilson himself, This similarity had been made to a subject of comment, or even observed by our schoolfellows, that he observed it in all its bearings as fixedly as I was apparent, but that he could discover such circumstances so fruitful in a field of annoyance for myself can only be attributed, as I said before, this is more than ordinary penetration. His cue, which was too perfect as imitation of myself, lay in both words and in actions, and most admirably he played the part. My dress was easy math to copy. My gait and general manner were, without difficulty, appropriated. In spite of his constitutional defect, my voice did not escape him. My tones were, of course, my louder tones were unattempted, but the key, it was identical. His singular whisper withdrew the echo of my own. How greatly this most explicit proprietary harassment, for it could not be justified deemed as a caricature, I will not venture to describe. Hi Phoenix, welcome! Welcome to the stream. We're just reading Edgar Allan Poe stories. We're reading William Wilson. Welcome, welcome! I had one but consultation. In fact, the intimidation apparently was noticed by myself alone, and that I had to endure by the knowing of the sarcastic smiles of namesake myself, satisfied with having procured in the boss of the intended effect. He seemed to have chuckled in the secret over the sting he had inflicted. It was so characteristic disgraceful of the public applause, which the success of his witty endeavors might have been so elicited, that my school indeed did not feel his design, perceive his accomplishment, and participate in his sneer, was, for many months, a riddle I could not resolve. Perhaps the gradation of his copy rendered it so readily perceptible, or more possibly, I owed my security to the masterly air of the copyist, who, disdaining the letter, which in painting all is obtuse can see, but gave the full spirit of his original copy of my individual contemplation charge it. I have already more than once spoken of the disgusting air of patronage he assumed towards me, and frequent of his officious interference with my will. Interference often took the ungracious character of advice not openly given, but hinted or insinuated. I received it with repugnance which gained strength as I grew in years. Yet, at this distant day, let me do him the simple justice to acknowledge that I can recall no occasion when to suggestions of my rival were to cite of those errors or follies so usual to his immature age, and exceeding inexperience, that his moral sense at least, not his general talent and worldly wisdom, was far keener than my own, and that I might today have been a better and thus happier man. And had thus I rejected the counsels and embodied those meaningless whispers, but that I too cordially hated, too bitterly despised. Water muna ako, wait lang. Water ako, wait. As it was, I, at the length grew less time in the extreme, under the distasteful supervision, and the daily resented more and more openly what I consider his arrogance. And I have said that in the first year of connection as students, connection as schoolmates, my feelings in regard to him might have been easily ripened to friendship, but in the latter months of my residence in the academy, excuse me, although the intrusion of his ordinary manner had, beyond doubt, in some measure, abated my sentiments, in nearly proportion, partook every much positive hatred. Upon one occasion he saw this, I think, and afterwards avoided, or made a show of avoiding me. It was about the same period, if I remember it right, that in altercation of violence with him, in which he was more usually thrown off his guard, and spoke and acted with openness of the manner rather foreign to his nature, I discovered, or fancy discovered, that his accent, his air, and general appearance was something which first startled, and deeply interested me. By bringing them to my earliest visions of Fan's infancy, wild, confused, strong memories of a time when memory herself was yet unborn. I cannot describe the sensation of which oppressed me. Then by saying could with difficulty shake off the belief that myself, that being who stood before me, had been acquainted some epoch very long ago. Some point of the past indefinitely remote. This delusion, however, faded rapidly as it came, and I mention it all, but to define into the day of the last conversation I there held with singular namesake. This is a long story, oh my god. The huge old house with its countless subdivisions had several numerously large chambers, communicating with each other. Where slept their greater number of students. There were, however, a must necessarily happen in a building so awkwardly planned, and many little nooks and recesses. The odds and ends of a structure, this economic ingenuity of Dr. Bransby has also lived up dormitory. Although being the merest closets, they were capable of accommodating a single individual. One of these small apartments was occupied by Wilson. It was upon a gloomy and tempestuous night of an early autumn. I was close to my 5th year at the school, and immediately after application as just mentioned, that, finding everyone wrapped in sleep, I arose from bed, and the lamp on my hand, strolled through the wilderness of narrow passages from my own bedroom to that of my rival. I had long been plotting of those ill-natured pieces of practical wit at his expense, which I had hitherto been so uniformly unsuccessful. It was my intention to put to my scheme in operation. I had resolved to make him feel the whole extent of malice which I was imbued. Having reached the closet, I noisily entered, leaving the lamp, the shade over it. On the outside, I advanced a step and listened to the sound of his tranquil breathing. Assured of his being asleep, I returned, took the light, and with it again approached the bed. Closed the curtains were around it, which, in the perception of my plan, I slowly quietly withdrew. The bright rays fell vividly upon the sleeper and my eyes. At the same moment, upon his countenance, I looked, and a numbness and iciness of feeling instantly pervaded my frame. My breast heaved, my knees tottered, my whole spirit became possessed with objectless and intolerable horror. Gasping for breath, I lowered the lamp near proximity to my face. Were there, with these lineaments of William Wilson? I saw indeed they were his, but I shook as a fit of pain, of arguing fancying that they were not. That was there about them to confound me in this manner? I gazed. While my brain reeled in the multiple incoherent thoughts, no thus he appeared, a surgeon thus, the vicinity of the waking hours, the same name, the same contour of person, the same day of arrival at the academy, and then he dogged his meaningless imitation of my gait, my voice, my habits, my manner. Was it in truth within the bounds of human possibility? What I now saw as a result of habitual practice of this sarcastic imitation? All stricken with a crippling shudder, I extinguished the lamp, passed silently from the chamber and left at once, the hall of the academy, never to enter again. After the lapse of some months, I spent home in mere idleness. I found myself a student at Eton. The brief interval had been sufficient to enfeeble my remembrance of the events of Dr. Bransby's, or latest the effect of the material change in nature of the feelings which I had remembered. In truth, of the tragedy, the drama was no more. I could now find room to doubt the evidence of my senses. The seldom called which the subject all but wondered the extent of the human credulity, and the smile at the vivid force of the imagination which I hereditary possessed. Neither was this species of skepticism was likely to be diminished by the the life led at Eton. The vortex of thoughtless folly, which I had there so immediately and so recklessly plunged, washed away all forth but my past hours, then go but once every solid series or impression, left to mirror only the various levities of my former existence. I don't wish, however, to trace course of my miserable profligacy here, a profligacy which set out defies the laws. while it eluded the vigilance the intrusion. 3 years of folly passed without profit, had it but given me root habits of vice, and added, in a somewhat unusual degree, to my bodily stature. And when, a week of soulless dissipation, I invited a small party of dissolute students, faithfully protected till morning, while feed slowly, and there were not wanting other, perhaps the more dangerous seductions, that grey dawn had already fainted in the east, while delirious extravagance was at a height. Madly flushed with cards and intoxication, I was at the act of insisting upon a toast more than unwanted profanity, and when my attention was suddenly diverted by a violent, although partial closing the door of the apartment, by the eager voice formed without of a servant, he said that some person, apparently in great haste, demanded to speak with me in the hall. Wildly excited was the potent wind de Barak, and the unexpected interruption delighted then surprised me. I staggered forward at once, and a few steps brought me to the vestibule of the building. In this low and small room there hung no lamp. Now no light at all was admitted, save for the exceedingly feeble dawn which raised me to the semicircular window. As I put my foot over the threshold, I became aware of the figure of a youth about my own height. He would then curiously stroked my mad fancy, having it the Sasmir molding frock, but in a noble fashion of one I myself wore at the moment. This faint light enabled me to perceive, but the features of his face I could not distinguish. Immediately upon entering the strode, he hurried toward me, seizing the arm with my gesture, petulant impatient, whispered the words, "William Wilson!" in my ear. I grew perfectly sober in an instant. There was that of a manner of a stranger, with a tremulous shake of his uplifted finger, as he held between my eyes and light, which filled me with unqualified amazement. But now this was not so finely moved me, which was the pregnancy of his solemn admonition, the singular, low, hissing utterance, and above all, was the character, the tone, the key of those few and simple unfamiliar, yet whispered syllables, which came a thousand thronging memories of bygone days. The struck upon my soul. Take water ako. Wait, water? There. On the soul, with a shock of galvanic battle, ere I could recover the use of my senses was gone. Although this event failed not of a vivid effect upon my disordered imagination, yet it was evanescent as vivid. For some weeks indeed I bruised myself in earnest inquiry, or wrapped in a cloud of morbid speculation. Did I not pretend to disguise my perception of the identity of the singular individual who thus perseveringly interfered with my affairs, and harassed me in persuaded counsel? Who and what of this Wilson? And whence came he? What were his purposes? Upon neither of these points I could be satisfied. I merely ascertained. With regard to him, the sudden accident in his family had caused the removal of Dr. Bransby's academy on the afternoon of the day in which I myself had eloped. But in a brief period, I seized upon the subject. My attention being all the absorbed contemplating the structure for Oxford. Thither soon I went, uncalculating value of my parents furnishing me an outfit, and the annual establishment, which would enable me to indulge at will in the luxury so dear to my heart, to vie the profusely in the expenditure with the haughtiest airs of the wealthiest heroes of Great Britain. Excited such appliance to vice, my constitutional temperament broke forth and redoubled the door, and I spurned with the common restraints of decency and in the mad infatuation of my revels. But were it absurd to pause in the detail of my extravagance, let it suffice that among its spendthrifts I out-Heroded Herod, and that, giving the name of multitude of follies, I added no brief appendix to the long catalogue of vices, then an unusual, most dissolute University of Europe. It could hardly be credited, however, that I had, even here, so utterly fallen from gentlemanly estate to seek acquaintance to the vilest arts of the gambler by profession, having to become adept in his despicable silence, to practice it habitually as means of increasing my ahem, my already enormous income at the expense of the weak-minded fellow collegians. Such nevertheless was the fact, and very enormity, what was I? Of this offense against all manly and honorable sentiment beyond. Beyond a doubt, the main, if not the sole reason was of the impunity in which was it committed. Who, indeed, among my most abandoned associates, would have disputed the clearest evidence of his senses, and had suspected the sources of gay and the frank, generous William Wilson, the noblest and most ideal commoner in Oxford, him whose follies, said his parasites, were but the follies of youth and unbridled fancy, whose errors but imitable whim, whose darkest vice but a careless and dashing extravagance. Him had now by 2 years successfully bruised in his way, and when he came to the University a young Provincial nobleman, Glendinning, a rich, said report, as Herodes Atticus, his riches too, as easily acquired. I soon found him of weakened intellect, of course, marked him as fitting subject for my skill. I frequently engaged him in play, and contrived with a gambler's usual art, and let him win a considerable amount of sums, which more effectually entangled him in many of my snares. At length, my schemes being ripe, I met him with full intention that this meeting should be finally decisive, at the chambers of the fellow commoner, Mr. Preston, to equally imitate and vote but who, to give him justice, entertain not even a remote suspicion of my design, but to give better coloring. I have contrived and assembled a party of 8 or 10, which was solely careful that the introduction of the cards should appear accidental and originate in the proposal of the contemplated Duke himself. To be brief of the vile topic, none of the lawfulness was committed, so customary was upon a similar occasion, as the matter of wonder how they found such faultless things. Is me? We had protracted our sitting far into the night, and had length effected the maneuver of getting Glendinning as my sole antagonist. This too is my favorite carte, and the rest of the company, interested in the extent of our play, had abandoned their own cards. They were standing around us as spectators. The parvenu, who had been inducted my artifices in the early part of the evening to drink deeply, now shuffled, dealt, or played with wild nervousness of a manner of which intoxication I thought might partially, but would not altogether account. In a very short period, he had become my debtor to a large amount, and would have taken large draught of it. He did precisely what had been called fully accepted. He proposed double of our already extravagant state. In a well-faced show of reluctance, and not after until I refusals had seduced him to some angry words which gave a color of kick of my accomplice, did I finally comply. The result, of course, was to prove how entirely prey was in my toils. Less than a single hour would quadruple his debt, for sometimes contest was losing a floor length by the wine. But now, to my astonishment, I had been perceived and had grown powerfully tearful. I say to my astonishment, Glendinning had been represented to my eager inquiries as immeasurably wealthy, and the sums which he had been lost, although them in themselves vast, I could not, I suppose, very seriously annoy, which was less so violently affected by him, that he was overcome by the wine which was swallowed, and was the idea which most readily represented itself, and rather, with the view of presentation of my own character in my eyes of the associate, than from the less interested above, I was about to insist, and peremptorily, upon the continuance of the play. When some express of my elbow form of the company, the ejaculation advising utter despair in the part of the Glendinning, gave me to understand that I effected a total ruin under circumstances, its rendering an object for the pity of all, to have protected from the ill offices of the king. Ahem! What now might have conduct is difficult to say. The pitiable conduction of my dupe had thrown into the air of an embarrassed gloom over all, and for some moments, a profound and unbroken silence was unmaintained, during which I could not help telling my cheeks with tingle with many burning glances of scorn and reproach cast upon by the less abandoned of the party. I will even own the intolerable weight of anxiety was for a brief instant lifted from the bosom of my sudden and extraordinary interruption which ensued. The wide and heavy folding of doors of the apartment were all at once thrown open, in their full extent, with a vigorous and rushing impetuously that had extinguished, as if by magic, every candle in the room, their light in dying, enabled us to perceive that stranger had entered about my own height, a closely muffled in a cloak. The darkness, however, was now total. We could only feel that he was standing in our midst, before any one of us could recover from his great astonishment, which rudeness had thrown all. We heard as a thunder. Gentlemen, he said in a low, distinct, and never to be forgotten whisper, which thrilled to the very marrow of the bone. Gentlemen, I make no apology for this behavior, because in thus behaving I am but fulfilling a duty. You are, beyond doubt, uninformed of the true character of person who has yet night was who has who won na- who night won at Encarta, a large sum of money from Lord Glendinning. I therefore put you upon my expeditious and decisive plan of obtaining this very necessary information. Please to examine, at your leisure, the inner linings of the cuff of his left sleeve. The several little packages may be formed in what capacious pockets of his embroidered morning wrapper. I think that voice was low enough. While he spoke, so profound was the stillness of one might have heard a pin drop on the floor. In the ceasing, he was at once departed, and abruptly as he entered. And shall I describe my sensations? Was I, let's say, felt all the horrors of the damned? Most assured that I had little time given for reflection. Many hands roughly seized me upon the spot, and lights were immediately procured. A search ensued. With the line of my sleeve were found all the cold cards inside the cart, in each pocket of my wrapper, the number of packs, the facsimiles of those who were in our cities. A single exception of that mine where species were called technically. Around these, the honors of being slightly convex at ends, the lower cards slightly convex at all sides. In this disposition, the dupe who cuts, as the customary at the meat of the pack, will invariably find that the cuts his antagonist at honor, while the gambler, cutting at end, will and certainly not cut nothing for his victim. This may count the reports of the any outburst of any outrageous burst of indignation upon this shameful discovery would have affected me less than the silent contempt or the sarcastic composure was received. Mr. Wilson, said our host, looking to remove beneath his feet, singing this luxurious cloak of bare furs. Excuse me. Mr. Wilson, this is your property. The weather was cold, and upon quitting my room, I had a cloak thrown over my dressing wrapper, putting it off against the skin of the plate. I had presumed that it's supererogatory to sit here, eyeing the folds of the garment with a bitter smile. For any further evidence of your skill, indeed, we had enough. You will see the necessity. I hope quitting Oxford, at all events, of quitting instantly my chambers. Abased, humbled to dust than I was. It was probable that I would have resented this galling language by immediate personal violence, had I not called attention at this moment arrested by the fact of the most startling character. The cloak which I had worn of the rare description of fur. Oh, how rare! How extravagantly rare! I shall not venture to say. In fashion, too, was my own fantastic invention, for I was fastidious, to agree of the absurd coxcombry, the matters of frivolous nature, when Mr. Preston reached me that he had picked up on the floor, and near the folding doors of my apartment, which astonishment nearly bordering upon terror. Ah, oh my gosh, I lost my, where did I go? That I perceived by my own, that I perceived my own hanging on my arm, where I had no doubt unwittingly placed it, and that what presented me was one exact counterpart of every particular. The singular being who had decidedly exposed me had been muffled, I remember, in a cloak. None had been worn at all by any members of the party, the exception of myself. Retaining the presence of mind, I took the one offered me by Preston, placed it, unnoticed over my own, left it apart in a resolute to scout defiance. Next morning, ere dawn of day, commenced our hurried journey from Oxford to the continent, a perfect agony of my horror and shame. Excuse me, water ulit. Water again. I fled in vain. My evil destiny pursued as if for exhaustion. And proof indeed that the exercise of his mysterious dominion has only yet begun. Scarcely I had set foot in Paris, ere I had fresh evidence of disdainable interest, fighting by this Wilson and my concerns. Years flew while I experienced no relief. Villain! At Rome, with how untiring with yet spectral officiousness. Stepped in between me and my ambition, at Vienna too, Berlin, and at Moscow. For in truth, had I not bitter cause to curse him within my heart, in this inscrutable tyranny did I lengthy, panic-stricken from a pestilence. To the very ends of the earth I fled in vain. And again, in secret communion of my own spirit, would I demand the question, who is he? Whence came he? What are his objects? But no answer was there found. And now I scrutinize with every means of scrutiny the forms and methods which lead to the days of his inheritment, supervision, but there was little upon which base of conjecture. It was noticeable indeed that no one multiplied the instances which had late crossed my path, yet so crossed it with enough crossed it except to frustrate those poor schemes, or those disturb those actions, which, fully carried out, might result in bitter mischief. For justification in this, in truth, for an authority so imperiously assumed, for identity of natural rights of self-agency so contemptuously or insultingly denied. I had been also forced to notice that my tormentor, for a very long period of time, was scrupulously with a miraculous dexterity maintaining of his flame the identity of Harrow with myself, had so contrived it, in the execution of his varied interference with my will, that I saw not, at any moment, the fierceness of his face. Bill Wilson he might. This, at least, was the veriest of the affection, or of all. Would he be, in an instant, suppose that, my obnoxious Eton, the destroyer of my honor at Oxford, in him who thwarted my ambition at Rome, revenged in Paris, my passionate love at Naples, or he was falsely termed in my avarice in Egypt. At this, my arch enemy and evil genius, I could fail to recognize the William Wilson of my school days, the namesake, the companion, the rival, the hated, dreaded rival of Dr. Bransby's? Impossible! But let me hasten to the latest adventure of the drama. Ahem. Thus far I had succumbed to his imperious domination, the sentence of be it all which I had eventually regarded elevated of character, majestic wisdom, the part of omnipresence which had assumed which omnipresence of Wilson, added to the feeling even terror, which asserted that other traits which his nature and assumptions inspired me, had operated, heretofore, to impress me with the ideal of own utter helplessness, and suggest an implicit, although bitter reluctant submission to his will. But of late days, I have given up myself entirely to wine. This maddening influence upon the hereditary temper rendered me more and more impatient of control. I began to murmur, to hesitate, to resist, and it was only fancy which induced me to believe that, which increase of my own fierceness, that my tormentor underwent with proportional diminution. Be this as it may, I now began to feel the inspiration of the burning hope, at length nurtured in my secret, though a stern and desperate resolution that I would longer submit to be enslaved. I was at Rome. It was at Rome during the carnival of 18th blank, that I attended a masquerade at the Palazzo of the Neapolitan Duke de Broglio. I had indulged more freely than usual in the excess of the wine table, and now suffocating atmosphere of the crowded rooms most irritated me beyond endurance. The difficulty, too, forcing my way through the mazes of the company, contributed not little to the roughing of my temper. I was anxiously seeking, let me say not worthy of motive, the young, the gay, the beautiful wife of the aged and doting de Broglio. was through unscrupulous confidence that she had previously communicated to me in secret of the costume which she had been exhibited. Now, having caught a glimpse of her person, no person, I was hurried to make way to her presence. At this moment, I felt a light hand placed upon my shoulder. That ever remembered, low, damnable whisper in my ear. The perfect whirlwind of wrath. I turned upon him with thus in me, seized him violently at the collar. He was attired, as I expected, like myself, wearing a Spanish cloak, a mask of black silk, which entirely covered his features. Scoundrel! I said in a voice husky with rage. With every syllable, I seemed a new fuel to my fear. Scoundrel! Impostor! Accused villain! You shall not dog me until death. Follow me or I stab you where you stand. I broke my way to the room. A small antechamber adjoined it, dragging him uninterestingly with me as I walked. Upon entering, I thrust him furiously from me. He staggered against the wall, while I closed the door with an oath and commanded him to draw. He hesitated for an instant, then, with a slight sigh, drew his silence and put himself upon defiance. The contest was brief indeed. I was frantic with every species of wild excitement, felt it in every single arm of the energy of the power of the multitude. In few seconds, I forced him by sheer strength against Wisconsin, and thus getting in the edge of mercy, plunged my sword with brute ferocity, repeatedly through and through his bosom. At an instant, some person tried to lash the door. I hastened to prevent an intrusion, and then immediately returned to my dying antagonist. But what human language can adequately portray the astonishment, the horror which possessed me perspective when presented with view? The brief moment which averted my eyes had been sufficient to produce. Apparently, the material change in the arrangements. At the upper or farther end of the room, a large mirror, though at first appeared to me in confusion, now stood where none had been perceptible before. I stepped upon it, in extremity terror, my own image, but with features all pale and dabbled with blood, advanced with people fluttering gait to meet me. It does appear, I say, was not. It was my antagonist. It was Wilson, who stood before me in the anguish of his dissolution. Not a thread of raiment, not a line marking a singular lane mistrust, but face which was not, even identically, my own. His mask and cloak lay where he had thrown upon them on the floor. It was Winston. He had spoke no longer in a whisper. I could fancy myself was speaking, while he said, "You have conquered, and I yield. Henceforward art thou also dead, dead to the world and its hopes. In me thou exist, and in my death, see by this image, which thine own, how utterly thou hast murdered thyself." And that's the end of William Wilson. That's the end of William Wilson. Oh wow. So he actually killed himself? That's what I got. That's what I got. He killed all this time. William Wilson was himself all along. Oh, so it is literally is the embodiment of you are the greatest enemy is yourself. He was fighting himself all along. Oh my god. Oh, that was nice. I like that story. I like it. But with that ends of our storytelling stream for Halloween special. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you. Oh, my throat's gonna kill me. I read a lot of pages today. How many pages did I read today? Sandali. How many pages did I read? Number 63! Oh yeah, mo time zones too. Yeah, time zones are just I dead. I read 63 pages of story today. Oh my god. No wonder my throat is dying. But with that, thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you, thank you. We'll be doing these storytelling streams per month. I will find shorter stories probably. Thank you, thank you. We will find someone to raid. Haha. You'll find someone to raid once I hit the offline screen. But with that, we'll see each other tomorrow. Thank you everyone for coming by. Oh yeah. In the Discord, you can tell me what's your favorite story within the six. You can tell me which was your favorite. For me, my favorite, my ranking is Casco of Amontillado, Telltale Heart, The Black Cat, William Winson, Premature Burial, and lastly, the Red Death. That's my ranking. But you can share your thoughts in the Discord. But with that, thank you everyone! We'll be raiding someone soon. So, bye!